Chapter 14:23. The simple apprenticeship ceremony ended just like that. There weren't too many rules and regulations. Everything was so simple. As for a greeting gift, I don't have anything good to offer. When you break through to the heavenly venerable realm, I will give you a greeting gift. The great Deva smiled. Hee, junior brother, this greeting gift will definitely satisfy you. Under normal circumstances, only heavenly venerables can become master's disciple, but you are an exception. Therefore, I can't give you a greeting gift. You have to work harder and break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Heavenly venerable, Jian, Si smiled. Although your overall strength is at the level of a heavenly venerable, that place requires the strength of a heavenly venerable to enter. Even master can't bring you in. Tianyin narrowed his eyes and immediately grasped the message. So it was to bring him to a special place. This wasn't surprising. After breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm, many situations depended on one's own ability. For example, heavenly venerable spiritual treasures were very good, and most of them were refined by oneself. The great Devas could provide materials, but these couldn't be considered greeting gifts. I'm looking forward to this. Tianyin smiled. Cough, cough. Apart from that, there's another thing. Is your force willing to join my vastness God sect? The great Devas became serious. Tianyun's words must have been conveyed by heavenly venerable Jian Si and the others. However, the great Devas still had to ask once. At the same time, he didn't force it. With the great Devas's cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem to crush Tianyin. He could even replace him, but he didn't do so. Just this little bit of respect was enough for Tianyin to choose to join the vastness God sect. Disciple is willing. Tianyin agreed without hesitation. Good, good, good. The great Devas was very excited. Then Master will announce to the public that the Three Realms God Realm is under the protection of the vastness God sect. Whoever dares to touch the Three Realms God Realm is equivalent to going against the vastness God sect. Speaking of which, what's the scale of the vastness God sect like? Tianyin suddenly asked. Once this topic came out, the entire atmosphere became quiet. The great Devas's expression became a little awkward. The other three senior brothers were the same. Tianyin knew that he had said something wrong. He had heard that the vast divine sect was actually a bit shabby, but he didn't know how shabby it was. Little junior brother, we have a total of 5 official disciples of the vast God sect, including you. I've already mentioned this before. As for in-name disciples, there are quite a few of them. It's just that none of them have become celestial lords, so it's only natural that there are fewer of them. Celestial Lord Sword Judge said awkwardly. Does that mean that there are only 5 of us in the vast divine sect? Tianyin asked in shock. Including Master, there are 6 of us in total. Sword C, Celestial Venerable, gave him a look, indicating that it was enough for him to know and not read it out loud. Ahem, it's nothing. My requirements are a little strict, but this is the only way to select outstanding disciples. The great Devas shook his head. It was obvious that he was helpless. The main reason was that some people who broke through to the Empyrean realm didn't come to find him. Who would be willing to join this broken and vast divine sect with so few people and no fixed faction? But now someone had really joined. It was Tianyin. Tianyin immediately felt a little sad. In that case, it didn't seem meaningful for the vast divine sect to announce to the outside world that the 3 realms were under their protection. Why don't we move the vast divine sect here? Tianyin asked tentatively. No. The great Devas said in a deep voice. Do you think I'll worry about not having enough power to transfer? That's not it. Not to mention becoming a heavenly god. Just being a late-stage upper heavenly venerable was enough for him to join any power. At the same time, he could also reach a very high position. Especially now, he could even become an elder with astonishing power. But he didn't do so. He still maintained the desolate, vast divine sect. His purpose made Tianyin remember what Sword Ruler said before. He said that the great Devis had a conflict with the previous faction and now came out to establish a sect, seemingly wanting to prove something. Thus, he was urgently needed to join in to prove that the great Devis's decision was correct. Celestial Venerable Sword C repeatedly signaled him with his eyes, signaling him to stop talking. This time, Tianyin obediently shut up and didn't say anything. There's no need to say any more. You'll know when the time comes. The great Devis said in a deep voice, I'll let you know that your choice isn't wrong. He didn't say much, so they naturally wouldn't ask. Then, Master, do you want to come over to our place now? Tianyin immediately changed the topic. Of course. I originally came here to oversee this place. Other than that, I'll give you some pointers on the situation here. You've just arrived here, so there are many things you need to do. We can help you with many things. The great Devis recovered his smile. Then, please give us more pointers, Master. Tianyin said respectfully. Shortly after, they recovered their composure. Under Tianyin's lead, they swept everything in a frenzy. With so many heavenly venerables, they swept away the rubble along the way. Large areas were cleared. If they were constantly helping, the speed of clearing would definitely increase by dozens of times, especially the power of the great Devis. With a light wave of his hand, large areas were cleared. His efficiency was dozens of times higher than theirs. Tianyin was speechless. Although he knew that heavenly gods were very strong, he didn't expect them to be so heaven-defying. With a flick of a finger, everything turned into ashes. Since they were going to the 3 realms for a stroll, they naturally helped to clear the rubble along the way. Along the way, a large area was cleared. When they arrived at the 3 realms, they saw that the area was expanding outwards in an orderly manner. The major planets were continuously being developed. The divine spirit race had carved God's seals on these planets. This way, it would be easier to mine and teleport over. Little by little, it was relatively safe. When they came over and saw this, they were all shocked. This is your force, the great Devis said in shock. Yes, it's all my force. May I know what pointers Master has for us? Tianyin asked. What pointers do I need to give? The great Devis said in shock. Everything is set up so perfectly. The management is so perfect. What need is there for me to interfere? Looking at this environment, I suspect that you've been to the grade 4 God realm before. Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with it? No, we've never been to the grade 4 God realm before. We've just been rolling around in Fanyu, so we're more familiar with this area. Tianyin's tone was full of pride. No one in Fanyu was willing to open up new lands. However, they were able to open up a good environment. Moreover, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Everything was developed steadily and flawlessly. Chapter 1424. What Tianyin was most proud of was the fact that the force he was managing could achieve such an achievement in such a short time. It was definitely unique in the outer divine realms, especially since many of his subordinates were very capable in management. This was why he was at ease leaving it to them. Their solutions were definitely more reasonable and perfect than his. From the praise of the vast Empyrean God, one could tell how outstanding this group of people was. If even a heavenly god thought so, what else was there to say? The great Devis did not judge them based on their cultivation, but on their management. He had retired from a large force and knew the advantages of a large force in terms of management. Thus, he wanted to guide them in this aspect. Who knew that the 3 realms divine realm was so perfect? If they were a little stronger, they could really develop by leaps and bounds. Oh, there's a divine spirit clan. The great Devis's eyes lit up. Yes, this disciple saved them a long time ago. Now, they are joining my force and working hard together. Tianyin did not hide anything. The great Devis saw through all of this. The divine spirit clan. They were originally all-powerful in the inner divine realm, but now they have become a declining clan. I don't even know where they are now." The great Devis shook his head and sighed. "What? The divine spirit clan that was established here is gone?" Eteonian was shocked. Of course, the divine spirit clan was very good, but in the face of the suppression of an extremely powerful force, they can only decline. The great Devis sighed. Suppression of an extremely powerful force? Eteonian was stunned. What kind of force? A fifth-grade god realm force. The great Devis said simply and crudely, "A fifth-grade god realm force?" Eteonian held his breath. He did not know what the standard of a fifth-grade god realm was, but judging from the standard of a fourth-grade god realm, it was already quite terrifying. Yes, a fifth-grade god realm force. Everything originates from the existence of the strongest. The great Devis shook his head. Ultimate position. Eteonian was quite surprised by this. There were too many unsolved mysteries. That's right, we call them God Emperors after breaking through to the heavenly God realm, a supreme existence, one and only in the divine realm. The great Devis's eyes were filled with yearning, but he was afraid that he would not be able to reach this level. God Emperor. Not to mention Eteonian. Even Heavenly Lord Sword Sea and the others couldn't help but be fascinated. Celestial emperors were above heavenly gods. They were the strongest existences in the celestial realm, and there was only one of them in the entire celestial realm. This meant that whoever became the God Emperor would be the king of the God realm. Whoever dared to defy him would be directly suppressed. Master, are you saying that in order to break through to the God Emperor realm, there were almighty experts in grade 5 God domain forces who would go on a rampage to plunder resources and bloodlines? Eteonian guessed. That's right. A grade 4 God realm expert might seem powerful, but to a grade 5 God realm expert, it's no different from slaughtering dogs. The great Devis smiled faintly. Of course, most grade 5 God domains wouldn't do that, and they wouldn't care about it. The last battle was just an exception. It won't happen this time. Naturally, at that time, it wasn't only the godly spirit race. Many other powers were almost wiped out as well. Basically, the cards were reshuffled. The boundlessly vast heavenly deity side. A few moments ago, they were still extremely glorious, but now they were in decline. Eteonian nodded and didn't say much. He originally thought that there would be forces from the God Spirit clan here, so that it would be easy for the two clans to contact each other. It seemed that it was impossible now. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was true. If there was a powerful God Spirit clan above, they would have sent people down to pick them up or strengthen the management of the forces. Now no one was sent down, allowing the God Spirit clan in the outer divine realms to decline. It meant that this place was also declining. Just as he was about to continue his research, he suddenly felt a powerful force constantly battering against the barrier. Wave after wave. His expression changed. It was obvious that someone had sent a powerhouse over. The powerhouse was madly attacking the barrier, trying to break it. Little junior brother, what's wrong? They immediately noticed that something was wrong with Eteonian. I feel someone attacking the barrier here, trying to break it. Eteonian didn't hide it. He wouldn't hide it. You can still sense it? They were a little surprised. He could still sense it from so far away. I can sense it a little. I guess they think I'm a region lord, so they let me sense it a little more, Eteonian said with a smile. It can be so magical. Then let's go and take a look. The great Devis didn't say much. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Immediately after, they flew over, clearing the rocks along the way. With the great Devis leading the way, their speed was definitely increased to the extreme. It only took them less than half a day to reach their destination. As soon as they arrived, Eteonian immediately felt a terrifying energy wave, constantly attacking from the front. It passed through the invincible barrier and was released toward them. Since they were all blocked, All he could feel was a gust of wind, and he didn't feel much. A heavenly god! Etienne looked up and immediately saw a heavenly god madly attacking the barrier, smashing it again and again, but he couldn't break it. It didn't even crack it. The person in front of them was indeed a heavenly god. His cultivation was also at the lower heavenly god level. He wasn't much stronger than the great Devis. In terms of overall strength, the great Devis was slightly stronger, mainly because the great Devis had just broken through not long ago. If he continued to consolidate his strength, he would definitely surpass the heavenly god in front of them. It's heavenly god Wu Ying from the flowing wind god realm. He supports the sacred peak god realm of the outer god realm. He used all his strength, but it didn't break at all. This barrier is really strong. The great Devis was shocked after seeing it. The other Empyreans were also like this, all of them deeply shaken. This barrier was just too sturdy. Even a heavenly god couldn't break it. What the hell is this? It can't be broken at all. Who set it up here? Heavenly god Wu Ying continued to attack for a while, but he couldn't break it at all. After wiping his sweat, his eyes were full of disbelief. This is too strong. I used all my strength, but I couldn't break it at all. Heavenly god Wu Ying, how about we work together? At this time, another heavenly god appeared beside him. Heavenly god Jing Sun. Heavenly god Wu Ying narrowed his eyes. Heavenly god Jing Sun was a supporter of the myriad heaven sacred realm. They were considered enemies, but now they were talking about working together. Chapter 14:25. Facing heavenly god Jing Sun. Heavenly god Wu Ying chose to nod in the end. He had used all his strength and still could not break this barrier, so he could only choose to cooperate with heavenly god Jing Sun. He definitely did not want to cooperate with heavenly god Jing Sun, and heavenly god Jing Sun also did not want to cooperate with heavenly god Wu Ying. However, they could not break the barrier now, so they could only choose to cooperate. They hated the three realms celestial realm to the core, and their relationship was not very good. They had to at least destroy the three realms celestial realm first, before making any plans. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. After we break the barrier, we will focus on destroying the three realms celestial realm first, and then we will talk about other things. Heavenly god Wu Ying said in a deep voice. Of course, we will definitely focus on destroying the three realms celestial realm first. Heavenly god Jing Sun shifted his gaze inside and saw only a pile of rubble. Immediately, the two of them began to unleash their strongest power. The power of the heavenly gods gushed out and was released in all directions. The heavenly venerables at the side all dodged, not daring to get close in case they were affected. Then, the two of them aimed at one point of the barrier and attacked fiercely at the same time. Their powers quickly mixed together and condensed into their strongest move. When the two heavenly gods' moves erupted, the terrifying power even made the space of the fourth grade celestial realm show signs of collapsing. I hope it will not be broken. Yi Tianyin and the others watched the show from inside and did not immediately go out to stop them. Originally, the great Devis wanted to go out to stop them, but he stopped him. Mainly, he wanted to see if this invincible barrier was really invincible. If it was broken, he would have to change the plan that he had set before. Boom! The terrifying power came crashing down, but the thick barrier was not deformed at all. It only trembled slightly, and the terrifying power was dispersed. There was not a single crack on the barrier. It was completely intact. Not only was it completely intact, but the two heavenly gods were also sent flying, and the recoil force made them a little dizzy. Unfortunately, this power was not completely reflected, or they would have been seriously injured. It was ridiculous to think that they were seriously injured by their strongest move. Useless. The two of them were dumbfounded. The two heavenly gods' attacks had no effect at all. They believed that their explosive strength was not weak. Even a very strong Empyrean spirit treasure would be smashed apart by a single punch. But now, it didn't have any effect at all. It only caused a slight fluctuation. This was just too terrifying, causing all of them to be stupefied, including the vast heavenly deity and the others. I don't believe it. It's impossible that I can't break it open. They immediately continued to attack madly, smashing the same place repeatedly. They wanted to achieve the effect of destruction by continuously attacking the same place. In the end, after a few fierce attacks, there was no effect at all. However, they didn't stop and continued to attack. Each of them gave it their all, and their combat power soared to the level of 100 billion astral power. However, they still couldn't break open a single crack. This situation completely changed their views. It's really tough. Fortunately, we didn't smash it, otherwise we would have wasted our efforts. Heavenly Premier Sword Lord and the others had wanted to rush out to stop the barrier from being smashed apart. These barriers could only be maintained for a period of time. It would be bad if they were destroyed prematurely. Now that it had been smashed for a period of time, there was not a single mark left on it. Instead, they were extremely surprised. It could only be said that the heavens were too kind to the god realm of the three realms. As expected of an invincible barrier, it's really invincible. Etianyan gasped, feeling very surprised. It seemed that there was really nothing to worry about now. After smashing for a few days, they finally stopped. The energy in their bodies was basically exhausted, so they had no choice but to stop. Damn it. After smashing for so long, there's no effect at all. How is this thing formed? Could it be that the heavens really put it here? They had strange expressions. This was the only conclusion they could come to. They absolutely didn't believe that a newly ascended god realm would have this kind of ability. In addition, even they couldn't do it. How could a mere new god realm have such a standard? This is the only possibility. Their expressions were ugly. They thought that they would definitely succeed, but now it seemed that there was no effect at all. According to this, they could either give up or continue to recruit people to join forces and smash it. However, if it was really the heavens who set up the formation, not to mention finding people, it would be useless even if they continued to find a group of powerhouses. The heavens were not the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao was only a representative of one level. Their cultivation was very strong, but didn't they still need to go through the heavenly tribulation? Even if the heavenly tribulation was created by the heavens, it could still strike them to death. Therefore, they were a little afraid and didn't dare to act recklessly. Not going to continue smashing? At this time, the great Devis and the others flew out. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Vast heavenly venerate, no, you have broken through to the heavenly god realm. Heavenly deity Jingsen and the others looked at the great Devis who came out and said in surprise, "How did you get in?" Compared to this breakthrough in cultivation, what shocked them the most was how the vast Empyrean God was able to enter. They couldn't break it, so how could the great Devis get in? How I got in is none of your business, but let me make it clear today. The three realms God realm is my force. From today onwards, the three realms God realm will be under the protection of the vast heavenly sect. Whoever dares to attack the three realms God realm will have to go against the vast heavenly sect. The great Devis said solemnly, when the time comes, we will go all out to suppress them. We will absolutely not compromise. Towards the end, his tone was extremely stern, as if he was a king who couldn't be violated. They were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be such a level of relationship. The great Devis is talking big. If it was in the past, we would be a little afraid. But now that you have come out from the heavenly cultivation god realm, the meaning is different. Do you think you are still relying on the heavenly cultivation god realm? Heavenly deity Jing Sun's tone was full of mockery. He wasn't afraid of the great Devis at all. The great Devis had broken through to the heavenly god realm. But no matter what, he was just one person. They had many experts. I can still make a name for myself without relying on the heavenly cultivation god realm. If you don't believe me, then come and try. Of course, you have to destroy this protection first. The great Devis waved his hand. "Let's go." Then they left, leaving heavenly deity Jingsun and the others behind. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he is still staying in the heavenly cultivation god realm? Let's continue to attack this protection. I don't believe we can't break it. They were furious. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to break this layer of protection first. Then they continued to attack fiercely, venting their anger. Tianyin and the others didn't hurry to leave. Instead, they hid at the side and observed the situation. The Heavenly Cultivation God Realm. Chapter 14:26. Tianyin and the others hid on the side and watched. Although the great Devis said so, they still had to observe the situation to avoid any accidents. However, after watching for a while, the defense was unbreakable. No matter how they attacked, there was no damage at all. This made them sigh. This thing was too sturdy. They didn't know what kind of strength was needed to break through it. It looks like we can't break through it. We'll guard here for a while. If there are no problems, we won't stay here any longer. The great Devis didn't want to control this place. It was just like Empyrean Swordsea, and the other said. The vast Empyrean god did not have such intentions. He just wanted to prove himself. This was probably related to the heavenly god realm. It looks like we need to investigate this heaven-cultivating god realm. Tianyin nodded. He was a bit interested in his master's influence. After staying for a while, they returned to the three realms to rest. In fact, they only needed to sit for a while before they joined the team to destroy the rocks. With them joining, everything was a lot easier. It wasn't just them. Even the great Devis personally took action. This made Tianyin feel a bit embarrassed. Letting a celestial do the work of clearing the rocks was too embarrassing. It was like letting your master do the work of sweeping the floor. How could it be embarrassing? However, the great Devis didn't mind at all. He was in a good mood. Although he wasn't personally teaching them, they were still his disciples. Not only was their talent amazing, but they could also bring him such honor. How could he not be happy? Anyway, there was nothing to do. They couldn't stay here forever. While they were at it, they helped strengthen the defense and cleared the rocks. The great Devis's divine inscriber level wasn't low. He had reached the 6th grade, which was quite amazing. Thus, with his help, all aspects of the divine seals had improved considerably. The God Spirit race's attainments in divine seals were good, but their cultivation was too low. If their cultivation was too low, their grade couldn't be increased. Some required a lot of energy to carve. Therefore, they needed to increase their own level. After all, the strongest member of the divine spirit race was only a half-step heavenly venerable. He hadn't even become a heavenly venerable yet. If he could make a breakthrough, his attainments in this aspect would definitely reach a whole new level. At present, it seemed that Empyreans would soon appear. With such an excellent cultivation environment, breaking through wouldn't be too much of a problem. With the help of so many experts, the speed of clearing increased greatly. However, it would still take a long time before they could finish clearing everything. The god territory assigned to him couldn't be small. Even with Tianyun's cultivation, it would take him a few days to fly to the edge. Furthermore, it was flying in a straight line. If it were to spread out in a circle, the range would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, it would take a long time. In this state, it would take at least a few years to completely clean up. This was also based on the premise that the great Devis and the others had helped. If they were to leave, the time would immediately increase by several times, and it could be as long as 100 years. There were still too few divine lords in the three realms divine realm, so it would take a long time. Regarding this, Tianyin was not in a hurry. He could take his time. With the help of the great Devis and the others, they would clear as much as they could. There was no need to be in a hurry. After cleaning for a few months, they finally stopped and did not continue to clean the area. The rubble had not been completely cleared. There was still a lot of rubble that had not been cleared. They only helped to clear a path, dig out the planets one by one, and clean up the surrounding rocks slightly. To put it bluntly, their main goal was to dig out the planets and open up a path. As for the other rubble, they could take their time. As long as the normal path was dug out, it would be enough to make use of these planets. In any case, there was nothing good in these rubble. They were just a pile of broken rocks. Of course, some of the rubble was ores, which could be used as good materials. The overall situation had already made Eteonian quite satisfied. After a slight calculation, there were a total of 13 planets in this god territory. It wasn't a particularly large number. However, every planet had a core. Just this point alone was enough. Quantity wasn't about quantity, but quality. If there were only planets, it wouldn't be meaningful without a core. On the other side, there were no more heavenly venerables and heavenly gods attacking the barrier. They couldn't destroy it at all. Naturally, they could only leave dejectedly. At the same time, they arranged some people to keep an eye on this place. They didn't believe that the barrier could be maintained forever. Once the barrier disappeared, they would immediately send people over to attack. The mighty name of the divine sect was of no use at all. A total of 13 planets. It's a little less than other god territories, but the overall situation is still okay. The great Devis nodded. Actually, it's already very good for this disciple to be able to come up here successfully. Eteonian smiled and said, the god territory that I was in previously didn't have so many high-grade cores. He had dug out many cores before, but those were all dark cores. How could they be used here? Yes, a contented person is always happy. The great Devis smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The rest is up to you guys to mine. With the help of many resources here, it's enough for you guys to use for a long time. This is all thanks to Master and Senior Brother's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for us to clean up. Eteonian said gratefully. Little Junior Brother, these words are too unfamiliar. Since we're all from the same sect, there's no need to say so much. Heavenly Venerable, Sword Judge, and the others smiled. After a brief chat, the great Devis said, it's about time. We should go back. It seems like the barrier here can't be destroyed. God's toys can't be easily broken. During this period of time, they saw that heavenly deity Jingsen and the others were exhausted and unable to cause any damage. This meant that the defense was absolutely solid. There was no need for them to keep guarding here. Master, can this disciple go back with you? Eteonian asked hurriedly. That's not a problem. The divine sect is your home, but your god territory, it's fine. I believe you've seen this place. Do I need to worry? Haha, that's right. In that case, I'll bring you back to the divine sect and let you see what Master is capable of. The great Devis smiled. Chapter 1427. Eteonian left with the great Devis. After all, there wasn't much point in staying here. There was a powerful barrier here that even heavenly gods couldn't break. It could last for thousands of years, so there was nothing to worry about. If something really happened, they could teleport back. The teleportation godstone was too convenient. There was no need to worry about not being able to return. It could be used in the outer divine realm, and it could be used in the inner divine realm. There was no difference. When Shur Shuiyun and the others knew that Eteonian was leaving, they didn't say anything. They have always supported Eteonian unconditionally in everything he does. Therefore, Eteonian had always been very touched. After all, they trusted him unconditionally. He definitely couldn't let them down. When the great Devis left with Eteonian, they were immediately seen by many people. They were quickly reported, but they didn't dare to stop them. There was a heavenly god here. Who would dare to stop them? They wouldn't even have time to run, let alone stop them. News has come back. The boundless heavenly deity has come out. Should we stop them? Stop my ass. What's the use of stopping them? We can't get in. But how did they get in? Did they get let in by someone from inside? That's possible, unless we catch one of them and use it to bring us in. That's not a problem. According to the news, one of them is only a divine lord. He looks unfamiliar. He's definitely not from the vast divine sect. After all, they only accept heavenly masters. Then find a chance to catch that kid and lead the way for us. One by one, the divine realms turned their attention to Tianyin. They all wanted to catch him and threaten him to lead them into the divine realm of the three realms. Soon, they sent people out to follow Tianyin. They wanted to catch him and threaten him to lead them into the divine realm of the three realms. The great Devis didn't think too much. He summoned an Empyrean spirit ship and flew towards his territory. Under such circumstances, speed was the fastest. Among Empyrean cultivators, besides Empyrean spirit treasures, there were also Empyrean weapons. It was extremely difficult to create, and it required a very strong ability. Those who were rich would carry several Empyrean-level weapons, while those who were poor could only use Empyrean spirit treasures. Empyrean spirit treasures were the most practical and the cheapest. Although their effects weren't the strongest, if they were nurtured properly, their grade wouldn't be low. But under normal circumstances, Empyrean-level treasures were the strongest and most effective existences. Of course, the price was the highest. The higher the grade, the more shocking the price. In terms of grade, it was low, mid, and upper grade. It was no different from before. The spirit ship that the great Devis used now was only a low-grade spirit ship. Although it was on a completely different level, its speed was astonishing. It was much faster than his 10,000 gods pagoda. They were not on the same level. This might have something to do with cultivation, but among those of the same cultivation level, he was definitely far ahead. After all, this thing was more specialized, and the materials used were rarer than Empyrean spirit treasures. Under the eruption of power, it completely shuttled through the void, passing through a large region in the blink of an eye. It was definitely a divine tool for traveling. It would take at most several hours to pass through a divine domain. It was quite terrifying. No wonder they rushed over so quickly. The speed of passing through this thing was still very fast. The great Devis definitely wasn't poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a spirit ship. Although the speed was amazing, it still took more than a week to reach the vast divine sect. This was enough to prove how far this distance was. Along the way, Tianyin saw many divine domains. Many of the planets here were already withered and had no resources at all. They looked very miserable. Are all these divine domains abandoned? Tianyin asked as he saw so many planets being abandoned. He knew that the situation here was very bad. There were many resources, but there would also be a day when they were used up. More or less. Time is long, and it is impossible for all divine domains to always prosper. There will always be a time when they decline. However, these seemingly abandoned divine domains might have good opportunities, Empyrean Sword Ruler explained from the side. Empyrean Force and the others weren't good at speaking. They weren't as lively as Empyrean Sword Ruler. However, if they were asked, they would basically answer without any problems. Similar to Inheritance Ruins? Tianyin's eyes lit up. It seemed that these places weren't rare. More or less. Just casually look around, and you might even find some treasures. This was the result of the War of God Emperors. Whether it was Grade 4 or Grade 5 divine domains, many of them were quickly destroyed. Many of them were filled with danger, but they were also accompanied by many opportunities. If you don't have formidable strength and casually wander around, only death awaits you. Some places seem peaceful, but they are filled with the energy of powerhouses. Once they sweep over, you will die if you aren't careful. Empyrean Sword Ruler smiled, but his eyes were filled with fear. It was clear that he had sensed the danger. So it's like that. Tianyin nodded. He understood the basic situation. In the War of God Emperors, in order to have a God Emperor appear on his side, they crazily plundered resources and bloodlines. As a result, many treasures were left behind. At the same time, a lot of dangerous energy was also left behind. Hence, along the way, they could see many broken planets. All of them were traces of the past. As it was too dangerous, they usually targeted newly ascended forces, which were much safer. As they chatted, they finally arrived at the myriad world's divine domain, a very domineering name. This place was indeed divided into different worlds of different sizes. It was quite peculiar. When Tianyin was first brought in, he saw many space-time gates instead of planets. It was quite peculiar. Some of the space-time gates in front of him were blocked by guards, while others were unguarded. When the great Devis came to an empty area, he waved his hand, and a space-time gate appeared in front of him. Then he followed them in. After entering, it quickly closed up. After entering, what came into view was a vast and boundless world. The key was that there were space-time gates of different sizes inside, and no one knew where they led to. There were also countless zigzagging walkways here, which were clearly similar to the heavenly sovereign path. Below, there were many cultivators walking forward step by step. This stunned him. Didn't they say that there were only a few of them in the vast divine sect? Little junior brother, you're surprised, right? There are indeed only 5 of us in the vast divine sect. These can't even be considered disciples. It's a bit like Fanyu. Let them climb up step by step, and there are even countless small worlds, small empires, and the like. They climb up from the very beginning. Empyrean Sword Ruler explained, "Here, we are gods who have been watching over this place, watching them grow." Chapter 1428. This place was like a mini-mortal realm. There were many continents here, and there were endless cultivators, killing each other and seizing resources. Everything was no different from Fanyu. They climbed up layer by layer and ascended to a vaster world. In fact, the vaster world was still the inner world. Everything followed the layout of the great Devis, and they climbed to the peak step by step. At the same time, this place was like the outer divine domain, with worlds superimposed on each other. The great Devis basically didn't interfere and allowed them to develop. Occasionally, he would create some inheritances and let them unearth them. The great Devis was like a creator, allowing them to climb step by step. It was like creating a brand new world system, allowing them to exist in its own rules. Tianyin immediately knew what the great Devis's goal was, and that was to cultivate a large number of powerhouses that belonged to him. Especially from the beginning, they would cultivate the various martial arts that he gave them and cultivate according to his own rules. This meant that in the future, they would be able to perfectly inherit his legacy without any rejection. From this, it could be seen that the vast divine sect could be said to have no one, because those who were truly useful were not at the heavenly venerable level or above. In this 4th grade divine domain, they wouldn't be able to cause too many waves. Similarly, it could be said that there were many people who had the possibility of becoming his disciple, and they all had the opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerable level. But no breakthrough was no breakthrough. It was useless to say anything else. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler and the others only said that there were only 5 people in the sect. According to the rules, these cultivators were staying in the vast divine sect, but they didn't know that they were staying in the vast divine sect. Therefore, there were a total of 5 people. Master has something to do first. After the great Devis finished speaking, he disappeared into the void, going somewhere unknown. The other 2 senior brothers also left, leaving Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler to accompany Tianyin for a tour. Looking at the departing figure of the great Devis, Tianyin sighed. There are probably very few people who are as patient as Master. Tianyin shook his head. From the simulation of Fanyu's forces to the simulation of the God realm, everything was extremely realistic. The world in front of him was the same as Fanyu. There was no energy from a grade 4 God realm. Hence, there was no God realm baptism or anything like that. This meant that from the very beginning of body forging, he would need a lot of time to temper himself. That's right. Basically, no one would do what Master did. Basically, they would start from scratch. It's too difficult, and the other forces won't do it. Heavenly Venerable Sword C explained from the side. Master is extremely patient. He likes to temper and grow bit by bit. The most important thing is to nurture disciples that are most suitable for him according to his pace. Although we are both disciples, there are some aspects that we are unable to meet master standards. When Tianyin heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had to admit that the great Devis was too patient. If he frequently interfered in nurturing, it would be fine. But if he allowed them to develop, who knew how long it would take? If it were him, he wouldn't do that. It would be better to manage and nurture them to quickly improve their overall strength. Who knows how long it will take to nurture a heavenly venerable? Even with martial arts, it's still a little difficult. Tianyin shook his head. If he found geniuses and nurtured them with more effort, who knew how many powerhouses there would be? He knew that the great Devis's teaching standards were definitely not bad. It wouldn't be difficult to nurture a heavenly venerable. It is indeed difficult. After so many years, only one heavenly venerable has appeared. You can imagine how difficult it is. Heavenly Venerable Sword C smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Master didn't limit himself to this place. He also recruited geniuses from other god realms. But there are too many thoughts here, to the point of fanaticism. They even nurtured a heavenly venerable. Could it be that heavenly venerable? Tianyin was startled. He immediately thought of the senior apprentice sister that he hadn't seen before. That's right, our second senior apprentice sister. She is below senior apprentice brother, Li Tian. She is an expert that can only be chosen through layers of selection. Senior apprentice sister is really strong. She perfectly inherited Master's legacy and has great attainments in this aspect. Heavenly Venerable Sword C said solemnly. Compared to senior apprentice brother Li Tian, second senior apprentice sister is even stronger. Whoever joined first would be ranked according to the ranking. Therefore, even heavenly venerables with stronger cultivation had to call her senior apprentice brother. And how can she be bad if she can perfectly inherit Master's legacy? Tianyin agreed. The great Devis would definitely teach and nurture a perfect disciple. That's right. That's why second senior apprentice sister is very monstrous. She has already reached the mid-stage upper heavenly venerable level. She's almost an all-rounder. Heavenly Venerable Sword C trembled. Overall, she's not bad. It's just that she's a little strict and doesn't like to smile. Talking to her is a little stifling, a little like talking to her master. So exaggerated. Tianyin sized up Heavenly Venerable Sword C. He was actually someone who was afraid of his senior apprentice sister. It's not exaggerated at all. Senior apprentice sister is right here. You'll see in a while. Heavenly Venerable Sword C said solemnly. It should be because she has always been influenced by Master. That's why she's so like Master. Tianyin pondered for a while and suddenly said, Did Master fall out with the Heaven Cultivation God realm because he wanted to create the world he wanted? It's easy for this to happen when there's a difference in ideals. Something like that. I don't know the details. It must be a difference in ideals. Otherwise, how could he come out of such a powerful god realm? The Heaven Cultivation God realm is ranked in the top 5 among the grade 4 god realms. Many heavenly venerables fight over it, but they can't become an elder. Master gave up the position of an elder, so it's enough to see how big the problem is. It seems like it's really like that. Tianyin nodded. It was more or less what he had guessed. What Master wants is more powerhouses who rush up from ordinary existences. As expected of little junior apprentice brother. It's clear immediately. Indeed, selecting geniuses and nurturing them can basically nurture a good cultivation base. But Master isn't willing to do that. He lets them grow up bit by bit. Whether they're talented or talented, he doesn't favor them. Also, senior apprentice sister's talent isn't very good, but she became an upper heavenly venerable. How incredible! The heaven cultivation god realm needs invincible and heaven-defined geniuses. If they aren't super geniuses, they definitely won't accept them. Master chooses disciples with perseverance and hard work. It's a completely different philosophy. Chapter 14:29. If the great Devis left in a fit of anger due to the difference in ideals, it meant that he had fallen out with the heaven cultivation god realm. Such boldness was really valiant. Abandoning such a powerful force and coming out alone to create a force, he would definitely be heavily suppressed. Recruiting disciples and whatnot was extremely difficult. Going out from here, how could he possibly give the great Devis a good attitude? Not hunting him down was already merciful enough. I still admire Master very much. He actually still has this kind of thinking. Master is a super genius to begin with, and at a very monstrous level. Yet he is interested in the so-called perseverance. If it were other geniuses, they would be disdainful of these things and only look at talent. Talent has always been unique. If you don't have talent, you will be directly denied. All along, many god realms have judged it this way. Master is really a weirdo, playing such a game. Heavenly Venerable Sword C's eyes were full of admiration and worship. He did not deny the great Devis's ideals in the slightest, but he was very impressed. Mainly because Heavenly Venerable Sword C's talent was only at the middle level, but he was still chosen by the great Devis. Yeah, it's very admirable. Tianyin was also very impressed. After knowing about it, he felt even more that joining this place was the right choice, because this philosophy was the same as what he thought. Talent was indeed very important, but hard work and perseverance were even more important. Immediately, Heavenly Venerable Sword C brought him around to look around. This place was like piecing together worlds. With the great Devis's strength, creating this kind of world was not difficult at all. On the contrary, it could be said to be quite simple. It was still very simple for an upper-level Heavenly Venerable to create these. Moreover, now that he had broken through to the heavenly deity realm, his control in this aspect was undoubtedly a level higher. After looking around along the way, it was indeed a rather perfect world. All aspects could be said to be perfect to the extreme. Looking down to observe those cultivators, each and every one of them was living a normal life, completely unaware of what kind of world they were in. However, such conditions were still much better than staying in the Fanyu. At least, the great Devis still deliberately arranged many martial arts and so on. In the Fanyu, he completely relied on himself to explore and snatch, which was even more difficult. When they passed through the gate of time and space and arrived at another new world, they immediately sensed a powerful force. Its senior sister, Heavenly Venerable Jian C's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "What? Am I that scary?" In the air, directly in front of them, a beautiful woman was sitting there meditating. When she saw them, she slowly opened her eyes, and a soul-stirring gaze pierced through them, as if she wanted to see through them. Tianyin felt this power. It was indeed very familiar. It really felt like he was facing the great Devis. His aura was very peaceful, but the aura of a superior was on the same level as that of the great Devis. It was easy for people to look up to him. Heavenly Venerable Sword C coughed lightly and said, "Greetings, senior sister." Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian stood up slowly and said, "Yes, this must be little junior brother. Master has made an exception and accepted you as a disciple. You're really the first one." "Greetings, senior sister." Tianyin said humbly, "It's all thanks to Master lowering the standards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chosen." "Don't say such things. I've heard about you. Your comprehensive ability is very strong. Your boundless god art is also cultivated to a very high level. It has even reached the 5th level." Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian's beautiful eyes revealed some excitement. "Cut the crap. Let's have a fight." Huh? Tianyin was stunned. Fighting as soon as they met? What the hell was this? There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Senior sister is a battle maniac. She often fights with us. It's really the kind of people who don't get to know each other through fighting. Heavenly Venerable Jen, hurriedly dodged to the side. They were preparing to fight, so how could he not hide further away? Junior brother Jen, where are you going? Speaking of which, we haven't fought in a long time. Why don't we give it a try now? Let's see if you've made any progress recently. That move of yours before was very good. Come and spar with me. Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian's eyes shone brightly. Her fighting spirit soared, and her aura immediately rose. This scene scared Heavenly Venerable Jen so much that he immediately ran away. He said, I just finished participating in the Divine Realm battle. I'm a little tired. I'll come again next time. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. This caused Yi Tianyan to wipe off his cold sweat. No wonder Heavenly Venerable Jen was so afraid of senior sister. How could she not be afraid of being beaten up every day? It was one thing if a man was a battle maniac, but a female cultivator was also a battle maniac. Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, this should be caused by the environment. To climb up from the bottom, the things she had to experience were extremely cruel. This caused her character to be warlike. Want to leave? Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian's figure flashed, and she chased after Heavenly Venerable Jen at an even faster speed. She directly blocked his path and said with a smile, If you are injured, I can help you heal. Did you forget that I can heal? Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian stretched out her hand, and a green light emitted from her hand. It was surging with vitality. She could actually heal? Senior sister, I'm just mentally tired. I can't recover for the time being. Heavenly Venerable Jen was about to cry. The disparity between him and Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian was too great. Fighting with her was completely looking for a beating. Stop pretending. Who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian sneered and said, I see that you are in good spirits. Let alone one divine realm battle. You can even fight 2 divine realm battles without a problem. Heavenly Venerable Jen broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know what to say. Yi Tianyan was dumbfounded by the sight. This senior sister of his was really crazy. It seemed like they really suffered a lot of beatings. As for the other 2 senior brothers, they were nowhere to be seen. They probably didn't stay here at all and chose to leave. If they continued to stay here, there was an 80% chance that they would be beaten up. No, don't we still have Junior Brother? Junior Brother is very powerful. You can exchange moves with him. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Heavenly Venerable Jen's gaze turned to Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Heavenly Venerable Jen actually threw the blame to him. It seemed like he was really beaten up badly. Junior Brother will definitely exchange moves. It's just that you have to fulfill your promise. Have you forgotten? Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian waved her fist and said, Don't say any more. Prepare to warm up with me. Aye. Heavenly Venerable Jen wanted to cry. When he thought that he would definitely be beaten up, Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry and the others appeared at the side and said with a solemn expression, Inform Master, the people from the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm are here. The people from the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm are here? Chapter 1430 Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm. Yi Tianyan and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm to come over at this time. It didn't look like a good thing. Now that the Great Devis and the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm were in a deadlock, it couldn't be a good thing. Yi Tianyan immediately judged that it was likely related to him. They didn't usually look for him, but now they came. Coincidentally, it was not long after he came up, so they naturally thought of him. Yes, the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm sent someone over. Quickly inform Master. Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry's expression was solemn. Okay, I'll go find Master now. Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian nodded and immediately turned to look for the great Devis. In a short while, the great Devis flew over with a similarly solemn expression. Clearly, he felt that the people from the heaven cultivation divine realm were not a good thing. Let's go and take a look. The great Devis's tone was calm, without any big fluctuations. Soon after, they went out of the space-time gate. They saw two powerhouses outside, just as they came out. Both were upper heavenly venerables. Their cultivation was incomparably powerful, and their auras were even more domineering. Fourth Elder. When the two saw the great Devis, they greeted him. I said before, I'm no longer your fourth elder. The great Devis said coldly, just because you don't admit it doesn't mean that you're not. The Domain Lord still misses you very much, especially the Domain Empress. She misses you even more. Heavenly Venerable Commandment's attitude was very respectful. Domain Empress? The Domain Empress was the Domain Lord's wife. A wife was worried about the great Devis, which proved that their relationship was not shallow. It was extremely likely that they were mother and son. The great Devis was the heaven cultivation divine realm's young lord. This news was very shocking and surprised them. Heavenly Venerable Sword Judge and the others felt that it was very inconceivable. For so many years, they didn't know the real situation. Now that they heard such shocking news, it really shocked them. Thinking about it carefully, it was really so. If an elder chose to leave, how could he be casually allowed to leave? His martial arts would probably be crippled. This was more or less the same as betraying the God realm. But nothing happened to him, which was enough to prove that his background was not weak. I know, but why are you here this time? The great Devis's expression was indifferent. The purpose of our visit this time is very simple. The Domain Lord hopes that you can return and stop fooling around outside. One of the Empyreans said, Fooling around? For so many years, you thought I was just fooling around. I won't go back. Go back and tell the Domain Lord and the others that I will prove that my point of view is correct. Moreover, I will never forgive them for the mistakes they made in the past. The great Devis's aura suddenly erupted, making them feel incomparably pressured. Upper Empyreans were very strong, but in front of celestial deities, they were like toys easily kneaded. They frowned but didn't retreat. Instead, they stiffened their backs and said, Fourth Elder, we came here with a mission. Apart from asking you to return, the most important thing is for us to manage the newly arrived God realms. Finally, they revealed their true intentions, and that was to set their sights on the divine realm of the three realms. Finding the great Devis was one thing, but taking over the three realms, celestial realm, was the real key. Impossible. The great Devis rejected coldly. I knew that you guys didn't come with good intentions. You still want to take over my faction? Don't even think about it. Fourth Elder, this isn't right. No matter what, you are still a member of the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm. Your faction is under the management of the Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm. The other party's confidence immediately rose, and they didn't even use honorifics. Scram! The great Devis roared angrily, sending them flying and almost vomiting blood. A celestial deity's roar made them feel their blood boil, and they felt like they were about to collapse. Their bodies almost exploded because of this, and it was just a roar. After the two of them were forced back, their faces were pale, but they still didn't choose to avoid. Fourth Elder, don't forget who it was that gave you this achievement today. You can be safe and sound here. Who gave you? The Domain Lord and the others can ignore your faction, but the new divine realm must take over. They weren't afraid that the great Devis would kill them. No matter what, the great Devis wouldn't do anything to them. Etienne's eyes narrowed. There was no doubt that they were interested in the resources inside. The more the better, and it was very safe. How could they not want it? Under such circumstances, they immediately wanted to take over. Once they took over, they would definitely chase all of them out. They definitely wouldn't stay. The great Devis wanted to prove himself, but he was forcibly taken back. However, he indeed proved himself, and proved that he had many factions. Then he was taken away. Of course, the great Devis still wanted him to go back. No matter what, he was a celestial deity, and a rather powerful one at that. Oh, then if you have the ability, why don't you go and take it yourself? When did I stop you? The great Devis sneered. No one could break that shield, so he didn't have to worry about being robbed. They were stunned. Then their faces darkened. Fourth Elder, you know the answer. That shield can't be broken at all, but you can enter at will. This means that you have control over it. You can let us go in and take over that divine realm. The great Devis waved his hand. A surging force swept out, and the two of them were sent flying. They vomited blood and suffered light injuries. Get back to where you came from. Bring my words back. The divine realm won't be given to you. Give up on this thought. The great Devis snorted coldly. He didn't care about them anymore. He turned around and returned to his own world with his people. The two celestial venerables could only go back dejectedly. They didn't dare to continue to force their way in. The great Devis was too powerful. In the past, they could still stop him. Now they couldn't resist at all. Go back and report to the Domain Lord. There was a ball of anger in their hearts. They wanted to let people come and flatten this place, but it was impossible. Not only was the great Devis extremely powerful, but his parents were Domain Lords. Who dared to mess around? They could only suppress their anger and leave. Master, Heaven cultivating divine realm probably won't let this go, said Celestial Venerable Sword Sea. I know that. As long as they want it, they won't give it up, especially such a huge divine realm's resources. The great Devis shook his head. His eyes were filled with determination. But it's useless. I'll rush back as many as come. The great Devis was that stubborn. He wouldn't let go of something he had set his mind on. However, they believed that Heaven cultivating divine realm would definitely come again soon. They just didn't know what the next time would be. As expected, in a few days, a powerhouse came personally. His cultivation was at the heavenly god level. His status was basically on equal footing. At least, he wouldn't be blasted away with a wave of his hand. Fourth Elder, long time no see. The heavenly god in front of him had a cold expression. He looked a little cold and disdainful. So it's the Third Elder. I wonder what business you have with me this time. When the great Devis saw the person who came, his expression became cold. His attitude became even worse. It's very simple. You come back with me. Then it's to hand over the control rights of the new divine realm. The Third Elder was Heavenly God Lin Yen. He emitted a cold aura from head to toe. Chapter 1431. Impossible. Third Elder, if this is your purpose for coming here, please go back. The great Devis waved his hand and immediately rejected Lun Yan's request. I knew you wouldn't agree, but Fourth Elder, do you think you can keep hiding? Some things must be faced. If you want to prove that you are right, go back and prove yourself. You don't have much time left, Lan Yen said in a low voice. Don't forget the oath you made back then. Vast heavenly deity remained silent, not saying anything. After Lan Yen finished speaking, he turned and left, not fighting with the great Devis. Yi Tianyin and the others looked at each other, not knowing what the great Devis wanted to do. They knew a little about Lan Yan's words, but they weren't very clear. Looks like it's about time to go back. The great Devis sighed deeply. Master, what's wrong? They were all confused. It's actually a matter of an oath. Back then, I made an oath that I would nurture an expert that would shock them. I would prove that my decision wasn't wrong, but correct. The great Devis said, What kind of disciple are you going to nurture? Isn't senior sister quite suitable? Heavenly Venerable Jensi asked doubtfully. I don't fit. Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian's eyes dimmed, a little disappointed. Then what kind of conditions do you need? They were all stunned. If Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian didn't fit, who else could? The condition is actually very simple. The disciple I nurture must be able to defeat all the geniuses in the cultivation, heaven, divine realm. Yu Qian is very strong, but he's still a little lacking, the great Deva said. I just want to prove that ordinary people can still achieve something. A true expert doesn't just rely on talent, but also on hard work in all aspects. It's not some absolute genius theory. Yu Qian is very good, but if given some more time, he might be able to meet the requirements. However, there's not much time left, so it's time to make a trip. The great Deva sighed, feeling a little unwilling. Shortly after, the great Devis explained the general situation. The content was relatively simple. From the very beginning, it was because of differences in ideology. In the cultivation God domain, only heaven-defying geniuses would be accepted. Perhaps they would be chosen as ordinary disciples, but they would definitely be core disciples. They would definitely be super geniuses. The great Devis said that even if one's talent was average, one could still surpass everything with hard work. Diligence could make up for one's lack of talent. As long as one worked hard and comprehended diligently, one could still soar. It might be slow, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a chance. They should give these people a chance. It wasn't that he didn't want someone with amazing talent. It was definitely a good thing to have someone with amazing talent, but he couldn't completely reject those with average talent. Sometimes perseverance could really create miracles. Unfortunately, his argument was completely rejected. No one would accept his opinion. The main reason was that with the same amount of resources, the effects would be better if they were given to those with astonishing talent. Given to those with average talent, the effects would naturally be average. No one was willing to do that. Instead of hoping for a miracle, it was better to focus all of their energy on those with strong innate talents. That way, their chances would be higher. Those with amazing talent might not be able to become powerhouses in the end, but they would definitely have a better chance than those with average talent. For instance, there were some with amazing talent who were stuck at the late divine Lord realm, unable to become an Empyrean. Such examples could be found everywhere, but the number of Empyreans did indeed come from this group of people. As for those with average talent, it was difficult to produce even one. This sort of business wasn't worth it at all. In the end, the great Devis had a falling out with the cultivation, heaven divine realm. He said that he would do it himself. He had to prove to them that he could raise a disciple that surpassed all of their other geniuses. The cultivation, heaven divine realm's domain master had given him a chance. At most, he would be given 10,000 years. This was around the same time as one divine realm battle. Now that one divine realm battle had already passed, it was about time for him to do so. The original agreement was about to be fulfilled. Would he be able to complete it? At the very least, Empyrean Yu Qian wasn't strong enough for him. Facing an even more monstrous genius, he was still a bit lacking. Although that's the case, I still have to brace myself. It wasn't that the great Devis didn't have confidence in Empyrean Yu Qian, but that time was too short. To come out and establish an independent sect required an extremely long time. Even if he spread out his net, he still wouldn't be able to find too many disciples. The Empyrean Tao was one of his ideas. He wanted to find powerhouses with astonishing willpower. What he required was that their willpower was absolutely strong enough. Talent was useless. The most important thing was willpower. Willpower didn't mean talent. Who says there isn't anyone? Isn't little junior apprentice brother one? Little junior apprentice brother. He can absolutely beat up those at the same boundary. Empyrean Swordorder suddenly suggested. At this time, everyone turned to look at Yi Tianyan. Even Yi Tianyan was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Tianyan could indeed beat up those at the same boundary. Even Empyreans had been blown apart, much less those at the divine lord level. If the other party was a monstrous genius that could also beat up an ordinary Empyrean, then there was at least a chance. Me. Yi Tianyan pointed at himself and said in astonishment, Yes, little junior apprentice brother is Master's disciple, and he was even raised from the outer divine regions. I reckon that even the cultivators from the outer divine regions wouldn't be willing to accept the cultivation heaven divine region, right? This is the same as Master's point of view. In their eyes, the outer divine regions are all trash, ordinary people without talent. As long as little junior apprentice brother beats them, they will have nothing to say, right? Empyrean Sword Order's suggestion was so clever. This seems to be the case too. The great Devis' eyes lit up. He looked at Tianyin and said, "Are you willing to help Master with this?" "Of course, no problem." Tianyin smiled and said he was very interested in the forces of the fourth grade divine regions. It just so happened that he could make a trip to the cultivation heaven divine region and see how their overall strength was. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It was quite a good idea to make a scene at the cultivation heaven divine region. Good, good. When the time comes, everyone will go on stage and give it your all. Prove to them that my disciple is definitely not weak. Fundamentally speaking, all of you are considered to have come from the outer divine regions, so you all meet the requirements. The great Devis narrowed his eyes and said, "But Tianyin's situation is different. He has the strength to contend with Empyreans, so defeating a divine lord-level monstrous genius won't be a problem for him. If Tianyin participated, the selection would definitely be based on the cultivation of the divine lord level. If they all send Empyreans to fight, it would obviously be unfair." Chapter 1432. After making the decision, the great Devis asked them to get ready. They would be going to the cultivation god realm soon. Tianyin did not let them lead the way this time. Instead, he wandered around casually to see the environment. Sometimes he even immersed himself in the life here and felt the feeling of the beginning. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into our imperial city?" When the powerhouses saw Tianyin coming in, they were all shocked. They did not know when he came out. Tianyin smiled. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. They were all stunned. No one knew what had happened. Walking in the human world is not bad. These worlds did not pose any threat to him. If it was before, entering these areas without permission would be a dead end. After walking around, he felt like going out to see what the situation was like in the myriad worlds God realm. After all, each space-time gate represented a different world. Maybe other worlds could bring him quite a surprise. When he passed through the space-time gate and appeared in the myriad worlds God realm, the heavenly venerables squatting outside were startled. They finally saw Tianyin coming out. This kid came out alone. He's really gutsy. Let's see what happens first. Maybe the others will follow. All right, let's wait and see. If we alarm the great Devis, we're done for. They did not want to alarm the great Devis. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. Soon after, they quietly followed, quite stealthily. However, just as they followed, Tianyin immediately sensed them. He did not stop. He just smiled and walked forward. There's really a guy who doesn't know death. I can earn some experience. Otherwise, it won't be fun at the cultivation god realm. Tianyin began to fly further away, pretending to fly to other space-time gates. He was getting further and further away from the vast divine sect. This guy is really alone. It seems like they think nothing will happen. God knows. It's about time to attack, right? If this kid enters other worlds, it won't be easy to deal with him. Yes, surround them now. We must capture them alive. Don't kill them by mistake. Understood. A mere little divine lord dared to wander around here. He was truly audacious. I wonder if the vast divine sect is too confident in their own forces, or is it too confident in this kid? Haha, I think it's because they are too confident in the mighty name of the vast divine sect. They laughed presumptuously, taking advantage of the fact that Tianyin had not entered the other dimensional door. They quickly rushed over and surrounded him, completely sealing off all his escape routes. "Brat, come with us obediently. Otherwise, we won't mind giving you a good beating, first before capturing you." The one who spoke was a middle-level Empyrean. The other 3 middle-level Empyreans surrounded him. Dispatching 4 middle-level Empyreans all at once could be considered very extravagant. Their original target was a divine lord, so it was impossible for them to send a powerhouse that was too strong. They could only send a middle-level heavenly venerate so that they could do things more efficiently. "Oh, what do you want to do?" Tianyin looked at them and smiled faintly, as if looking at 4 fat sheep. Originally, he just wanted to roam around. He did not expect that there would still be people sending experience over. Then he would not be courteous. They even thought that Tianyin was afraid, so they smiled and said, "Very simple. As long as you bring us into that newly emerged divine domain, we'll let you off and spare your life. We can even give you a few high-grade, heavenly Tao-level weapons or martial arts. We guarantee that you'll be satisfied. This way, even if you're viewed as a traitor, you won't lose anything." This sounds pretty good. Tianyin nodded his head in satisfaction. But in his heart, he did not believe these people's nonsense at all. At that time, they would definitely silence him. How could they possibly let him off? Right now, they were just using the simplest coercion and enticement to lure him into the bait. "Of course it's not bad. We mean what we say. As long as you're willing to agree, everything is fine." One of the Empyreans saw that Tianyin was moved and said with a smile, "If you can bring us to find the new divine domain's domain lord, that would be even better. At that time, the rewards will be a little more." The other party stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile, "We'll give you 3 high-grade heavenly Tao-level treasures, as well as quite a number of excellent materials. We guarantee that when you break through to Empyrean, you'll be able to refine an Empyrean spirit treasure yourself. This business is very worthwhile, right?" They very much wanted to force it, but if they did not let Tianyin bring them in, there was no way to go in at all. Furthermore, they had never seen the domain lord before. To catch bandits, capture the ringleader first. They definitely had to capture the domain lord first. At that time, they could control the entire divine domain. Indeed, not bad. Then you can hand over the treasures now. I'll be the new divine domain's domain lord. Tianyin nodded seriously and said, "What?" They were taken aback. Immediately, one of them smiled coldly and said, "You're messing with us. Do you think we're fools? You think you're the domain lord? The cultivation of the new divine domain's domain lord is not weak. It's at least at the heavenly venerable level. You're just a mere god lord, and you're telling me you're the domain lord? Looks like you're tired of living. Do you really think we won't dare to make a move? That's right. With your cultivation, you still want to be the domain lord? If you're the domain lord, I'll be a heavenly god." Idiot. They completely did not believe Tianyin's words. A god lord being the domain lord was simply a joke. Just as they finished speaking, they only saw a blur in front of them. Following that, a long spear pierced through the body of one of the heavenly venerables. Before the other party could react, the spear had already swung rapidly and easily killed another heavenly venerables. Ding. Successfully killed a mid-level heavenly venerable. Obtained experience. Piles of experience points popped up. Tianyin lightly swung the long spear in his hand, looked at them indifferently and said, "The first one." They were stunned. Such terrifying strength. Where was the shadow of a god lord at all? Quickly capture him. They hurriedly revolved their strongest powers, wanting to suppress Tianyin. But Tianyin's strength had increased tremendously. When his bloodline and whatnot burst forth, his speed was instantly increased to the extreme. They could only see a few afterimages. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, another 2 heavenly venerables were easily killed. It was as easy as slaughtering dogs. In the blink of an eye, only the heavenly venerable in front of them was left. How is this possible? You're just a god lord. How can you have such powerful strength? Chapter 1433. You've become a heavenly god! Scare the other party silly. How could he have become a heavenly god? It was all nonsense. Let alone becoming a heavenly god, it was already good enough for him to break through a small level. How? How could I become a heavenly god? The other party trembled, feeling like he was about to collapse. Judging from this strength, he was definitely at the upper heavenly venerable level. Otherwise, how could he kill them instantly? Now he believed that the Eteonian in front of him was the region master of the three realms god realm. If not, how could he have such heaven-defying battle prowess? Rumor had it that the region master of the three realms god realm was very strong. Everyone thought that he was at the upper heavenly venerable level. Who would have thought that he was a divine lord? This made him unable to believe it. Who would believe that a divine lord could lead a god realm to charge straight to a grade 4 god realm? Even if his cultivation was not extremely strong, he should at least be at the late stage, heavenly venerable level, right? If he did not even have the standard, how could he lead the three realms god realm up? But that was the truth. For a divine lord to achieve such an achievement, it was shocking. Oh, then go and die. Eteonian would not leak the good news to him. He wanted everyone to think that the region master of the three realms god realm was an extremely powerful existence. This way he could easily conceal his identity and think that he was a small fry. The Kuan Pong bloodline burst forth. After the bloodline upgrade, his speed was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the enemy, easily killing them without even seeing them. At the same time, he turned them into piles of experience. He could earn a huge sum of money. Not bad. I've gained another batch of experience. The more the merrier. If there are more of them, I won't have to look everywhere. Eteonian smiled in satisfaction. These enemies delivered themselves to his doorstep. As for charging into their god realm and slaughtering them, that was not very likely. If he angered those heavenly gods, it would not be easy to deal with them. With his current cultivation, heavenly gods were still too strong. He could not deal with them at all. Once they were sealed, he could not even teleport away. Now that he had killed this group of people, even if they found out, it would not anger the heavenly gods. It would only be because he was too weak and did not care about their lives. The stronger the cultivator, the more they cared about their reputation. Unless he came knocking on their door, he couldn't afford to lose face if he personally went to crush them. After killing them, Eteonian continued to fly forward. Just like before, he randomly entered a space-time gate that was not guarded. His original plan was to just wander around, but after killing them, not only did his mood not worsen, it actually became even more carefree. With so much EXP delivered to his doorstep, how could he not feel happy? Soon after, he casually entered a space-time gate, and what entered his eyes was indeed a world. He had just entered, and he immediately noticed that the environment here was extremely beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The environment was extremely comfortable. There's a rank 5 core underground. This is incredible. Eteonian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to encounter such a good world. Sir, are you planning to buy a residence here? As soon as Eteonian entered, a beautiful lady walked over to him with a smile on her face. Her attitude was very respectful. Buy a residence? Eteonian was startled. He turned his head and looked around. Indeed, there were mansions, and it looked like a residential area. There were not many cultivators coming and going. Whether they went out or returned, they directly returned to their mansions, not wandering around outside. It seems that this is the first time you've come here, sir? In this area, as long as it's empty, you can buy anything. The price is calculated based on the location and area. Lu Rong explained in detail. I just came in to take a look. He thought it was something else, but it turned out that it was just a house seller. No wonder they spent so much money to place a rank 5 core underground. It was to attract cultivators to come here to live and cultivate. If one wanted to cultivate here, They would have to spend a lot of money to buy it. Otherwise, they could forget about cultivating here. Lu Rong's smile froze, and her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of disdain. Casually wandering around, it was very likely that he was just here to look, not to buy. Then please go ahead, sir. But you can't look for more than an incense stick's time, or you'll have to pay an extra price. Lu Rong's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. She had already determined that Yi Tianyin was here to take a look. He definitely wouldn't by the type of house. Looking carefully, he was only a divine lord. How much area could he afford? Only an incense stick's time. Yi Tianyin frowned. Wasn't this time too short? Well, he was afraid that some people would purposely sneak in to check out the territory, but in reality, they were only here to cultivate. However, wasn't the duration a little too short? Yes, only an incense stick's time. There's not much time left. Please hurry up. Lu Rong was a little impatient. Yi Tianyin was a little unhappy. Wasn't this attitude a little too bad? But if this was the rule, he didn't care too much. He turned around and looked around. He was a little interested in this place. He wanted to inspect it and see what attribute core it was so that he could absorb it and make use of it. Just as he was about to leave, a group of guests walked over. The leader was a mid-stage, inferior Empyrean powerhouse. After coming in, Lu Rong immediately greeted him with a smile. Sir, are you here to choose a place to stay? Lu Rong asked warmly. We came in to look around and see if this place is good. The inferior Empyrean said. Then please feel free to look around. Do you need me to lead the way? Lu Rong said with a smile. No need. We'll just look around. Is that okay? The Empyrean said. Of course, but according to the rules, we can only stay for a day. I hope you understand. Lu Rong smiled. 1 day is enough. They understood the rules here. They definitely couldn't stay for too long. 1 day? Didn't you say it was only an incense stick's time? Yi Tianyin interrupted. He felt very unhappy. Why was the treatment so good? The other party could stay for a day, but he could only stay for an incense stick's time. Can you compare with the Lord? I said, I'll give you an incense stick's time. Please leave when you're done looking. Lu Rong didn't give him a good look. In a situation where she was judged to have no purchasing power, she definitely wouldn't give him a good look. The Empyrean next to her also smiled disdainfully. Although he didn't say much, from his expression, one could see that he was extremely disdainful of Yi Tianyin. He felt that a poor person actually dared to come here. If he wanted to come here, he should look at his own pockets first. Chapter 1434. The moment Heavenly Venerate Mighty Sky entered, his powerful aura pressed down on them. The faces of the Heavenly Venerates changed as they hurriedly moved to the side. The aura of an upper-level Heavenly Venerate was enough to suffocate them. Lu Rong's eyes lit up as she hurriedly went up to greet him. My lord, did you come here to take a look, or do you want to choose a place too? Heavenly Venerate Mighty Sky ignored them as he walked up to Yi Tianyin and asked worriedly, Junior brother, are you all right? I sensed a battle just now, so I rushed over. I clearly sensed your aura. Were you ambushed? Yeah, I was surrounded by 4 Heavenly Venerates. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. But I'm fine now. I've already dealt with them. They're just some small fries. Lu Rong and the rest were stunned. An upper-level Heavenly Venerate had rushed over and called Yi Tianyin Junior Brother. This meant that they were from the same sect, disregarding how low Yi Tianyin's cultivation was. Just the fact that he had such a powerful backer meant that he could do whatever he wanted in the myriad realms' celestial realm. Most importantly, the last part of the sentence was even more shocking. He had dealt with 4 Heavenly Venerates. Wasn't he just bragging? Even if they were just lower-level Heavenly Venerates, how could a god lord deal with them? They were all dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. For a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. This matter was too impactful for them. That's true. With Junior Brother's strength, dealing with these small fries shouldn't be a problem. Heavenly Venerate, Mighty Sky, smiled and nodded. Just as they were about to say something, a Heavenly Venerate at the side trembled and asked hurriedly, "May I ask if you're Heavenly Venerate, Mighty Sky from the vast divine sect?" "That's right, I am. Is there a problem?" Heavenly Venerate, Mighty Sky frowned. He didn't like interacting with these people. "No, no problem. On the other hand, congratulations to your master for successfully breaking through to the heavenly God level and bringing the vast divine sect to new heights," the Heavenly Venerate said respectfully. There were many worlds in the myriad realms divine realm, but it didn't mean that powerhouses were everywhere. If one had an upper-level Heavenly Venerable, one could basically do whatever they wanted. As for having a heavenly God as his master, there was no need to even mention that he could beat up anyone he didn't like. The vast divine sect? L.V. Rome was even more dumbfounded. She felt a chill in her heart. She might not be able to recognize heavenly sovereignly, but she had definitely heard of the vast divine sect. Now, it could be said to be a well-known name in the myriad realms of the gods. The reason was very simple. There was a heavenly God. Not only that, the requirements for choosing disciples were extremely strict, so there had been very few disciples for a long time. The Sir God in front of him was actually a disciple of the vast divine sect. Regardless of the criteria, being able to become a disciple of the vast divine sect was an extremely impressive feat. The Empyrean, who had been looking at Tianyin with disdain, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't said anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. "Thank you for your congratulations." Heavenly Paragon Force cupped his fists in greeting. Since the other party had already congratulated him, he couldn't possibly slap him, right? After saying that, he looked at Tianyin. His originally stern expression quickly turned into a smile. It was a treatment that was completely different from the one he had given to other people. "Little junior brother, what are you doing here?" Heavenly Paragon Force frowned. "The environment here is not bad, but it is still a far cry from our vast divine sect. A 5th grade core is not bad, but Master has several zones with 5th grade cores. There is no need for you to buy a place here." The vast Empyrean deity was Empyrean deity after all, and he was also an elder who cultivated the Empyrean deity territory. How could he be poor? "I'm just going to look around here. If it's suitable, I'll buy a house here," Tianyin said with a smile. "All right, the prices here are not considered expensive. Tell me which place you like, and I will buy one for you." Heavenly Paragon Force smiled. "There is no need for that. I can still afford it." Tianyin smiled. "No, you brought me Little Wu. That kid is very hardworking. I'm very satisfied. If it wasn't for little junior brother, I wouldn't have been able to find such an outstanding descendant." Heavenly Paragon Force smiled happily. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Little Wu. Of course, Little Wu is extraordinarily hardworking. I could tell that his future was limitless a long time ago. Tianyin smiled. "In that case, don't fight with me. Tell me which place you like. I have to buy it no matter what," Heavenly Paragon Force said stubbornly. "All right, I will tell you after I choose." Tianyin nodded. Since Heavenly Paragon Force had said so, he couldn't refuse. Then it's settled. When the time comes, just let the people here send the price to the vast divine sect. Heavenly Paragon Force patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Tianyin smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk inside. At this time, L.V. Rong hurried over and smiled sweetly. "Sir, may I know which place you are looking for?" I will personally take you to have a look." Her attitude immediately changed greatly. She almost knelt down to worship him. "No need. I can do it myself. I only have 30 minutes to look around. It's a short time." Tianyin said indifferently. No, you can look around as you please. Let alone a day. You can even stay for a month." L.V. Rong was about to cry. She regretted it so much. Who would have thought that Tianyin was a disciple of the vast divine sect? Is that so? Isn't she going to leave in 30 minutes? Tianyin said indifferently. No, no, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I was too narrow-minded and couldn't see through you. LV Rong hurriedly apologized. No, let her take me there. You can stay with the other customers. Tianyin waved his hand and signaled a waiter to come over. Yes, yes, sir. She was definitely not the only one here. There were quite a few of them waiting for customers. However, LV Rong often snatched customers. She could only wait at the side. Now that she finally had the chance, she immediately rushed over to accompany Tianyin. LV Rong really wanted to cry. Not only did she lose the order, she also offended a disciple of the vast divine sect. That was the main point. If the owner of this place found out, she would be dead. Chapter 1435. Tianyin casually strolled around the area. In fact, he wanted to carefully study the attribute of the core here. It was not easy to check from the entrance. The appraisal eye was not so powerful that it could see through layers of seals. As for why he could sense that it was a 5th grade core, it was not difficult to sense it from the aura alone. After walking around, he finally found out that the core below was a thunder attribute core. A 5th grade thunder attribute core was the attribute he had always wanted to obtain. Although he had the 5 elements cores now, the thunder attribute core had not been cultivated to perfection. He had always wanted to fill in the gap. The thunder attribute was also very important to him. It could greatly enhance his strength. Who would complain that they were too strong? Therefore, he had been looking for thunder attribute cores to absorb and cultivate. The vast sacred sect had several 5th grade cores, but they only had 2 basic attributes. Both were within the 5 elements, which did not meet his requirements. Moreover, they were only 5th grade. His 5 elements cores were 6th grade, and their effects were even stronger. Not bad, it's a thunder attribute core. Tianyin's eyes lit up. He immediately picked a place. The area he chose was not big, but not small either. If he wanted to stay here, the place he bought could not be small. If he only bought a place to meditate, it would be full of people. After all, he only needed a small place to cultivate. The rest were just decorations. This is the place. Go back and quote the price to heavenly venerate Li Tian. Tianyin gestured to the lady beside him to let heavenly venerate Li Tian settle the bill. Yes, Lord. The lady was very excited. She turned and left quickly. She had finally accepted a job. After she left, Tianyin simply built a house here. The house was very simple. It was like a simple shell. Because this was not the point of entry, there was no need to be so luxurious. He just wanted to condense the thunder core. Once it was condensed, he could leave. Therefore, he immediately started cultivating after entering. As he meditated, the thunder attribute energy underground was quickly drawn out and absorbed into the thunder planet in his body. There was already thunder and lightning inside. Now, even more thunder attribute energy was swimming inside. Not bad. Tianyin was very satisfied. Then he focused on cultivating. As the days passed, the thunder core in his body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, with a roar, the thunder planet became extremely huge. The core was replaced with a 5th grade one. The terrifying cohesion was several levels stronger than before. He did not increase his cultivation level, but just the increase of these planets was equivalent to increasing his cultivation level. The effect was quite shocking. The secret to killing opponents of a higher level was naturally that one's foundation was very strong, which was why they were able to do it. It's about time to leave. Just as he got up and was about to go back, a special energy fluctuation surged toward him from the side. It was coming from the residence on the side. This energy seems to be a light attribute core. Tianyin immediately sensed what it was. This energy was too obvious. He immediately walked out and arrived at the residence next door. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. Immediately, a girl opened the door and looked at Tianyin up and down. She asked curiously, "Young master, is there anything I can help you with?" "Excuse me, but I wonder if I can see your master?" Tianyin asked. "I'm sorry, but my master is not seeing guests. Please go back." The girl nodded apologetically and quickly closed the door, ignoring Tianyin. Tianyin was speechless. It seemed that he would not be able to see his master unless he forced himself on him. However, after observing the residence, it was decorated quite elegantly. It was snow white and looked very clean. In addition, there were many arrays set up to seal the place. Simple probing would not be able to penetrate it, or once it did, it would immediately be detected. Probing the residence of others was a very rude thing to do. It was very easy to incur the wrath of others. This was like probing the energy in someone else's body. Whoever dared to do so would be courting death. Unless the person was an elder, it would be different. If the person's cultivation level was similar and they did not have a good relationship, probing casually would lead to a fight. No, let's see what's inside. Tianyin was very interested in this energy because there were two places in the three realms waiting for him to break. One was the dark trial and the other was the light trial. There was the aura of the light attribute core. If he could get it, he would be able to strengthen his ability in this aspect. Therefore, he had to find a way to get it. As for the dark core, he actually already had it. He had previously plundered many dark cores from the evil spirit race and stored them in his inventory. When the time was right, he would immediately absorb it. He would not absorb it for now. He would choose to absorb it when his cultivation level increased. Sometimes, if his cultivation level was too low and there were too many planets, it would be difficult to control it. It was not a good thing when one's control was weak. Immediately, he quickly returned to the house and began to use his spiritual consciousness to secretly probe inside. He wanted to see what was going on inside. When his spiritual consciousness touched the array, it seeped in bit by bit. He thought it would be more difficult to penetrate, but he did not expect it to be so easy. He even penetrated the array in one fell swoop and went inside. Then the scene inside came into view. In the center of the courtyard, a beautiful woman was meditating. Her body was emitting a dazzling white light. The light attribute energy was coming from inside. At the same time, waves of thunder attribute energy were constantly being absorbed into her body. However, this absorption messed up her physique. Now, she was in a rather bad situation and had been in a rather chaotic state. The girl from before said worriedly, "Miss, you must be all right." This girl could not help at all. Her cultivation level was only at the Divine Lord level, so she naturally could not help much. Tianyin frowned. If this continued, his body might explode. Is she trying to absorb the thunder attribute core and attach it to her body? Light attribute? This idea is really bold. She obviously has a light attribute physique. Why does she want to cultivate a thunder attribute? Chapter 1436. If the light attribute woman before him didn't help him, there was a high chance that her body would explode. The lightning attribute was very unfriendly, especially to her. It was quite unfriendly. Her cultivation was not weak. She was an early stage Empyrean. In the myriad realms sacred realm, that was considered a pretty good cultivation. He did not expect her to live here. She must have stayed here for the lightning core. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she could definitely stay in a pretty good faction. Being a 5th grade core would not be a problem at all. Tianyin hesitated about whether to go over and help. But what if he caused a misunderstanding by rushing in? Especially now, it was still within control. She might be able to hold on. If he rushed in and disturbed her, it would easily enrage her. Hence, he decided to observe the situation first. If she could not hold on, he would rush in to help. Only by saving a life could he maximize the benefits. After deciding, Tianyin stayed by the side to observe the situation. As time passed, the lightning attribute energy became more and more violent. Vaguely, it began to become chaotic in her body. Out. At this time, the woman stretched out her hand. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures flew out and circled around her. Following that, A steady stream of energy surged in all directions, suppressing the lightning power. Under the influence of the Empyrean spirit treasures, the lightning power was rapidly suppressed, turning into softer lightning power that flowed into her body. Everything looked so smooth, as if there were no major problems. After she controlled it, she continued to guide the lightning power into her body, rapidly transforming it. Eteonian narrowed his eyes and observed. It seemed like she had finally been subdued. This way, he would not have a chance to make a move. But after a while, the lightning power continued to wreak havoc in her body, bouncing up and down. Suddenly, the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the floor in front of her red. Her face turned pale. "Master!" The girl beside her was pale. She wanted to help but did not know where to start. The woman's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. She had actually fainted. At the same time, the lightning power kept coming out of her body, burning her body. If this continued, her body would definitely be burnt to a crisp. Etienne's eyes narrowed as he quickly rushed outside and kicked open the door. Boom! The loud sound scared the little girl silly. As for the woman, she had no reaction at all. She had already fainted, so there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to fight. Why are you rushing in? The girl reacted quickly and blocked Etienne, not letting him get close to her master. Do you want to see your master die? Etienne asked in a low voice. No, I don't want to, but your cultivation level is about the same as mine. Can you save master? The girl's cultivation level was at God Monarch level 5. Etienne's cultivation level was indeed not much higher than hers. Even she couldn't save him, so how could Etienne? Since you think so, then watch your master die. Etienne was too lazy to move. Anyway, if the other party died, he wouldn't suffer any huge losses. The girl's face turned pale. She looked at Etienne, then at her master. Finally, she knelt on the ground and begged, "Please, save my master!" She could also see that if her master continued like this, the situation would become very bad. His life might even be in danger. She had no way to save him. Seeing that Etienne said so, she could only try her best. At least she had to wait by the side like an idiot. Even if Etienne didn't come in, she could only seek help from others. Otherwise, her master would definitely die. All right, then I will take a look at the situation now. Etienne took a step forward and arrived beside the girl. Without any hesitation, he reached out to grab her arm. No, the girl hurriedly shouted. There were so many lightning bolts above. If she tried to grab it directly, she would definitely be electrocuted half to death. How could she save him then? Etienne didn't seem to hear her and reached out to grab her arm. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, the girl could only close her eyes in pain. Then she didn't hear any screams or the sound of Etienne falling to the ground. She slowly opened her eyes. What she saw wasn't a burnt corpse, but the lightning in her master's body. It was rapidly being extracted and surging into Etienne's body, not to mention burning him. Not even a hair on his body was hurt. Etienne had a huge lightning planet in his body. He didn't feel any pressure when absorbing it. How could anything happen to him? This was why he dared to save her. He had a strong lightning planet in his body. Not only would he be fine after absorbing it, it could also help him cultivate. How reckless! In order to break through, he actually used such a risky move. Etienne frowned. While absorbing the power of lightning, he immediately felt that the situation in her body wasn't very ideal. Her goal was simple. She wanted to condense a lightning planet and use 2 planets to help her break through. Having 2 planets was extremely difficult. Not everyone was like Etienne, who could have multiple planets. It wasn't a problem with the system, but his physique was suitable for having multiple planets. Some were not very suitable. Forcefully absorbing the core energy to condense a planet was an act of courting death. I don't know where she got this method. Light attribute physique. to absorb the lightning planet. Tianyan thought about it. This method seemed feasible. Combining lightning and light would be the ultimate lightning. This sounded good, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. This girl's situation was more difficult for such a fusion, but she still tried it. The result was obvious. She was electrocuted. If he hadn't been by her side, she would definitely be dead, unless the girl immediately went to ask for help. Coincidentally, that person cultivated the lightning attribute. This underground was a lightning attribute core. It didn't mean that they needed to absorb the power of lightning. Even if it wasn't lightning, they could still absorb it and convert it into the energy they needed. After all, this was a fifth-grade energy. The effects of absorbing it were naturally different. As time passed, the power of lightning in the girl's body was rapidly absorbed. She was basically fine. All that was left was to slowly recuperate. It wasn't difficult. It's about time. Tianyan slowly let go and gestured to the girl beside him. You can bring her back to her room. She just needs to rest for a while or feed her some healing elixirs. Thank you, Lord. When the girl saw that she was fine, she knelt down excitedly and kowtowed to Tianyan. Even if their cultivation levels were similar, this ability was enough for her to kowtow in gratitude. Chapter 1437. When Tianyan asked the girl to bring the woman back to the room to rest, he stayed by the side, waiting for the woman to wake up. He came to save people, not out of kindness, but for the light core. Otherwise, he would not have rushed over. There were so many houses nearby, he could not check them one by one, right? If not for the overflow of energy, this woman would not have been able to escape. Ding successfully treated Feng Qiuzun, received 1,000 compressed crazy point, 50 prestige point, and 50 friendliness point. The extra treatment task reward popped up, made him raise his eyelids. He had saved others before, but he did not get any rewards. Usually he would get a one-time title or something like that after saving a lot of people, but now it was directly accurate to a single person. Moreover, this was not a task, it was just a simple reward for saving people. It was not like the previous task of saving people. This made him feel strange. Why was it so special? Strange? Why did she get this treatment? Tianyan turned his head to look at the room. After passing through the door, he listed out the details of Feng Qiuzun. Feng Qiuzun, rogue cultivator, always willing to help others, wholeheartedly kind, saved countless people, called Heavenly Savior. When she was born, she had a light core in her body. Her cultivation reached the early stage of Upper Heavenly Lord, specializing in light attribute power. After seeing the detailed information, Tianyan was really shocked. Heavenly Savior. He did not know how many people she had saved to get such a title. The key was that she was born with a light core. It was simply heaven-defying. It meant that she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She had an absolute advantage. She was definitely a genius among geniuses. This kind of genius and also a rogue cultivator, it was simply incredible. She did not join any forces, and now she almost died here. It was really not good karma. If he was not here, no one would know if she died. No, maybe a good person would not let her die. Tianyan shook his head. It seemed that Feng Qiuzun was saved by him. Maybe the heavens arranged for him to save people like this? Maybe this was the reason why he was able to get this experience. It was a relatively unique reward. He just stayed there and did not do anything. He was like a protector guarding the door. After a few days, a grateful voice came from behind him. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. Tianyan turned his head to look, and saw Feng Qiuzun walking out. Her face was still pale. These injuries were not so easy to recover from. His body had nearly exploded. How could a simple pill heal him so quickly? At the very least, it would take some time for him to fully recover. You don't have to be so courteous. Actually, I came here with a purpose. I just happened to sense a trace of a strange energy aura, so I came to rescue you. Tianyan immediately stated his purpose. He didn't like to beat around the bush. Purpose? I don't know what fellow Taoist's goal is, but as long as I do my best, I can satisfy you. Feng Zun smiled faintly, looking extremely pure and holy. Yi Tianyin could feel that he was about to be healed. This powerful light attribute energy felt like it could purify one's soul. This was truly a ray of light, a light that could illuminate the world and deliver all living beings from suffering. What a strong mental force. It's like Guanyin is alive. Yi Tianyin's heart trembled. This kind of light that could purify one's soul if one was illuminated for a long time. They would really become desireless. This was the power of the light attribute. It had the effect of holy light. This kind of energy that was filled with affinity would definitely have countless followers who would pledge their lives to serve her. If she could join any force, she would definitely become a great help, comparable to a saintess. In the three realms God domain, he already had a saintess, and that was Jiu Lingyun. But if she were to join, she would be the second saintess, and this saintess influence was absolutely shocking. If Jiu Lingyun was the saintess of the three realms God domain, then Feng Zun was equivalent to the saintess of the fourth grade God domain. Her scope was extremely vast. Immediately, he had the intention to rope her in, especially when he saw that she was a rogue cultivator. It meant that he could rope her in. He could feel that it was not Feng Zun doing this on purpose, but it was released from her heart, and this was related to the light core in her body. Sensing carefully, the light core in her body was at least at the 7th grade. It was definitely a heaven-defying level. His 5 elemental cores were at the 6th grade. It was already shocking enough. Feng Zun's core was at the 7th grade. She was a monster among monsters. This immediately made him feel that there was always someone better. There are all kinds of geniuses. The Feng Zun in front of him was at most 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old Empyrean, and a rogue cultivator. It was truly inconceivable. Actually, my goal is very simple. I just want you. Yi Tianyin had just finished when the girl's expression changed. Impudent. This lord. Even if you saved my master, you can't be so impudent. The girl flew into a rage. A divine monarch could save a person, but an Empyrean was too much. There were countless people who wanted to marry Feng Zun, but could not do it. A divine monarch wanted to reach the heavens in one step? Feng Zun stretched out her hand to stop her, indicating for her not to say more. This Tao friend has not finished speaking. Xiao Yuan, don't be rash. Yes, master. The girl could only retreat obediently. No, I didn't say anything wrong. I want you. Yi Tianyin smiled as he repeated, You. The girl immediately exploded. Master, look. This fellow is a rude person. He must have seen you living in seclusion here. That's why he barged in. Feng Zun still maintained her faint smile. Not angry at all. She had seen too many such things. Some were indeed disgusting. But the Yi Tianyin in front of her, she really could not bring herself to hate him. The main thing was that when Yi Tianyin said such words, his eyes were extremely clear without any filth at all. This kind of gaze without filth, the true meaning was definitely not so. Cough, don't be agitated. What I mean is indeed so. What I want is Feng Zun to join my force. It's that simple. Yi Tianyin spread out his hands helplessly. His words just did not explain clearly. The girl exploded in anger again, her face flushing red. She did not expect Yi Tianyin to say such things. She had thought too much. Chapter 1438. Towards this answer, Yi Tianyin was not surprised at all. If it was so easy to recruit, Venerable Feng Qiu would not be a rogue cultivator. I wonder what the conditions are for you to join. Yi Tianyin asked with narrowed eyes. He would definitely not give up. At least he would ask what the conditions were for her to join. After all, if such a god joined, there would be no need to mention the benefits to the 3 realms god domain. Whether it was reputation or other aspects, there would be a huge increase. No, I have already decided to roam the various god domains. I have no place to stay. I do not plan to join any faction. If I just stay in a faction, I will not be able to save the innocents affected by the war. Venerable Feng Qiu shook her head and spoke her thoughts very simply. As expected, roaming the various god domains, saving the innocents, saving all living beings. If she joined any other faction, she would definitely not be able to do this. She would be confined to a single god domain. How could she move around freely? If she did not stay in a god domain, what was the difference from not joining at all? Yi Tianyin flicked his finger and smiled. This is very simple. I can help you fulfill this wish. As long as you join my faction, you will succeed. Dao friend can help me fulfill my wish? Venerable Feng Qiu frowned. She did not believe Yi Tianyin's words. Her wish was to save the people of the world. How could it be fulfilled? Unless there was no war and the world was united, then there might be a chance. That's right, it's actually very simple. I will rule the 4th and 5th god domains. Wouldn't that be enough? Yi Tianyin smiled and said, Boasting. You can rule the 4th and 5th god domains. According to that, you have to become a god emperor. Can you become a god emperor? The girl at the side felt that Yi Tianyin was boasting, even though he had saved her master. But to be able to save people, did that mean he could become a god emperor? She originally had a good impression of him, but after this boasting, it was all gone. It was not scary to not have power. What was scary was bragging too much. Venerable Feng Qiu was the same. These words were too exaggerated. How many years had it been since a god emperor had appeared? It had been tens of thousands of years since the last time it had appeared, and no one dared to say that they had become a god emperor. In particular, Yi Tianyin was only a god monarch. He was only one word away from being a god emperor. In terms of ability, the difference was like heaven and earth. Yes, I think I can become a god emperor. Yi Tianyin rubbed his chin. That was exactly what he meant. He believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the god emperor realm. Even though it would be a little difficult, there was still a chance. As long as it met the requirements for leveling up, there would be no problem. As for experience, that was easy to deal with. Bragging again. You are only a god monarch. Don't tell me you think that the next level after god monarch is god emperor? The girl's eyes were filled with disdain. She felt that Yi Tianyin was bragging too much. I understand this logic. It is very difficult for a god emperor to break through, but it is not difficult for me. Of course, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. As long as you join me and assist me, when I break through to the god emperor stage, nothing will be a problem. Yi Tianyin spoke with confidence. He was just that confident. Fellow Taoist, if you want to convince others, your cultivation level is too low. It is too hard to convince others. Feng Qiu Zun shook her head. If it was an upper heavenly god or a middle heavenly god who said this, she might believe it. A god monarch boasted shamelessly in front of her, saying that he could break through to the god emperor stage. She had to admit that this joke was not funny at all. That's right. You are really bragging too much. Tell us when you break through to the heavenly god level. The girl's face was filled with disdain. She couldn't wait for Yi Tianyin to leave. Feng Qiu Zun was still fine. Even though her impression of Yi Tianyin was greatly reduced, she was not angry. She still maintained her calm expression. Looks like there is nothing to talk about. If you have any ideas in the future, come to the god domain of the 3 realms. Yi Tianyin shrugged. God domain of the 3 realms? Never heard of it. They had never heard of it. My reputation has not been established yet. You will know in the future. Yi Tianyin was not depressed. He had just arrived. It would be strange if they knew. When he had some achievements, he would be able to spread the reputation of the god domain of the 3 realms. But for now, it was better to stay there and cultivate. 1,000 years later, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Humph, we don't need to know. Master, this person is too boastful. There is no need to care about him. The girl was extremely dissatisfied. If he had spoken sincerely, they would not have said anything. But from the start until now, he was full of nonsense. It made her feel very unhappy. Xiao Yuan apologized to fellow Taoist. Feng Qiuzun frowned as she complained. But Xiao Yuan saw Feng Qiuzun's stern gaze. She could only bow to Yi Tianyan and say, "I'm sorry. I was just speaking nonsense. I hope you do not mind." No matter what Yi Tianyan said, he was Feng Qiuzun's savior. No matter how he boasted, he was still her savior. Feng Qiuzun naturally had to control her subordinates. No matter how wrong they could not speak like that. Yi Tianyan waved his hands. He was already used to such situations. They did not understand him. It was not strange for them to have such thoughts. Forget it. Then I'll change to another request. Yi Tianyan did not want to speak anymore. He had already said so much. The other party had chosen to reject him. There was nothing he could do. I only want Feng Qiuzun to send a portion of the light core's energy over. Let me absorb it. His initial goal was to absorb the light core's energy. These solicitations were just incidental. He just happened to feel that it was suitable. Who knew that he would be rejected? He could only give up temporarily. Absorb my light core's energy. Feng Qiuzun thought for a moment. In the end, she nodded. All right, we can begin now. Master, but your injuries. Xiao Yuan was slightly agitated. She did not want to see her master's injuries worsen. It's fine. This does not hinder me. After all, fellow Taoists saved me. Sending some light core's energy is not a problem. Feng Qiuzun shook her head. Repaying kindness had always been her principle. How could she refuse? It's just injuries. Send me the light core's energy. I'll help you heal it later. Yi Tianyan sat down and gestured for Feng Qiuzun to begin. Feng Qiuzun did not ask further. She immediately started to send light attribute energy to Yi Tianyan. Very quickly, it entered his body. Chapter 1439. Under the effects of the voodoo with divine set, the healing speed increased exponentially, greatly increasing Feng Qiuzun's recovery speed. This effect stunned Feng Qiuzun. She had never seen such a shocking healing effect, including Xiao Yuan. She had never felt such a shocking healing ability. Actually, the effect could be even higher. It was just that Feng Qiuzun's cultivation was too high, causing the effect to be greatly weakened. But it was at least a few dozen times stronger. This was already quite shocking. At least it had completely scared them, letting them know that Yi Tianyan was not someone without abilities. Such a powerful healing ability. This Tao friend, how did you do it? Feng Qiuzun was a little excited. This ability was very suitable for her. The light attribute could not achieve a healing effect. Although it could purify everything, it could not heal any injuries. So if they met any injured commoners, the healing would be effective, but it would not be as effective as Yi Tianyan. Don't stop. Continue to send the light core energy. Yi Tianyan raised his hand to point at her, indicating that even if she was shocked, she should not stop. He had to keep absorbing and refining. Talking would not hinder the absorption. He could still be distracted. The stronger the cultivation, the more things he could do at the same time, and there would not be any problems. Sorry. Feng Qiuzun smiled apologetically, continuing to send the light core energy to Yi Tianyan. At the same time, she said anxiously, Tao friend, I wonder if you can tell me how you did it? If possible, I can use other things to exchange for it. For example, Empyrean level treasures. These are all not a problem, as long as you can tell me how you did it. You want to know? Yi Tianyan smiled. Seeing her so interested, he could not help but have some plans. Yes, if we can obtain this ability, we'll be able to heal the injured people much faster. Feng Qiuzun spoke her thoughts. It had to be said that this idea was truly worthy of respect. Feng Qiuzun was wholeheartedly thinking of everyone, wanting to save those in trouble. It was truly admirable. Yi Tianyan smiled evilly. What Empyrean level treasures? These are all meaningless to me. As long as you join my force, Don't mention these martial arts. You can choose any martial arts you want. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. This won't do. Feng Qiuzun's eyes dimmed. She did not expect that after going around and around, she would still be targeted at recruiting her. Although she was very tempted, it was too much of a loss for her to be unable to move freely. If that was the case, there was no point in coming. What? Are you worried that I will lock down your freedom? Actually, I won't restrict your freedom. You can go wherever you want. You just have to announce to the outside that you've joined my force. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, What do you think? Is this a good deal? Sir, you've gone too far. Do you think we don't know what you're planning? They just wanted to use their master's reputation to attract more experts to join them. Master's reputation is very widespread in this region. A single call and hundreds will respond. Little Yuan said angrily. She could see through Yi Tianyun's thoughts at a glance, because many people had the same thoughts when they tried to recruit Feng Qiuzun. That was why she said that. Yi Tianyun glanced at her and said indifferently, Friend, you're not young anymore since you've cultivated to the divine monarch realm. When did I say that I didn't have such thoughts? You want to obtain some benefits and you don't need to pay any price? In other words, if you have the ability, give me your strongest martial arts, and then I won't help you do anything? There were no free benefits. There was definitely something hidden in it. Yi Tianyan had never denied this. Little Yuan's face flushed red. She looked small and cute, looking like she was 8 or 9 years old, but in reality, she was thousands of years old. Her body had been like this since she was young and had never changed. Therefore, she looked like a child, but in reality, she was considered young to be someone else's grandmother. I'm giving you freedom now, just in name. If there's anything, I'll help. Isn't that enough? Yi Tianyan smiled indifferently and said, It's better than those who restrict your freedom and want to use your reputation to recruit more disciples. Feng Qiuzun was silent for a while and finally chose to shake her head. I'm very sorry, I still don't plan to join any faction. In the end, she still chose to refuse and did not agree to Yi Tianyan's request. All right, if you change your mind one day, tell me. Yi Tianyan did not force anything. Since she had rejected him so many times, he would not say any more. And Feng Qiuzun did not say much. Whether she would really come to find him, he did not know. Following that, they focused on absorbing the light core's energy. Yi Tianyan continued to absorb, and very quickly, a light core was formed in his body. As it increased bit by bit, the light core in Feng Qiuzun's body started to be consumed. But as long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. As time passed, a light planet started to form in Yi Tianyan's body. There were circles of holy light that spread out, making him feel rather comfortable, as though he was bathing in sunlight. Is this the peace of the light attribute? Yi Tianyan felt rather satisfied to be able to obtain such a benefit. He did not save a life for nothing. The key was that Feng Qiuzun was very easy to talk to. If it was a slightly irritable upper-level heavenly venerables, they would kill a divine monarch with one slap and would be too lazy to care. After condensing for a period of time, Yi Tianyan stopped absorbing the light core's energy. He already had enough and did not need to absorb so much. Feng Qiuzun also closed her eyes to recover. Her consumption was not low. About half of the core's energy had been sent out. How could her consumption not be great? But Yi Tianyan had saved her life, and asking for such a small reward would not be too high. But she was puzzled. Why would Yi Tianyan choose her energy? She could not sense that Yi Tianyan had a light attribute physique. But since the other party had made such a request, she naturally would not say anything more. As long as she was not roped in to join the faction, everything else was fine. After Yi Tianyan closed his eyes to cultivate for a period of time, he finally consolidated the light planet in his body. Like a ball of light, it circulated in his body, looking rather beautiful. Finally, I've completely consolidated them. Now, it's equivalent to having 7 planets. Chapter 1440. Yi Tianyan didn't know how many planets he would need to break through. Anyway, forming one or two more was good. Mainly it was within his control. Otherwise he wouldn't form planets randomly. It's time to leave. Tianyin stood up. Feng Qiuzun and the others looked over. Dao friend, are you leaving? Feng Qiuzun asked. Almost. Speaking of which, why do you want to form a thunder planet? With your physique, it's not easy. In my opinion, you want to break through to a higher level. Tianyin said after thinking. Feng Qiuzun was silent for a while, not answering Tianyin. Clearly, there was something she couldn't say. Tianyin didn't force anything. He smiled. Then I'll leave now. If Feng Qiuzun changes her mind, remember to find me in the 3 realms divine domain. Of course, you don't know where the 3 realms divine domain is. You can find me in the vast divine sect. Vast divine sect? They were startled. Perhaps they hadn't heard of the 3 realms divine domain, but the vast divine sect had definitely heard of it. Yes, I am a disciple of the vast divine sect. If you have any problems, find me there. Tianyin said goodbye and left. Just as he left, he saw Heavenly Venerable Li wandering outside. When he saw Tianyin, he quickly flew down and said, Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be here. I thought you went out. Senior brother, what's wrong? Is it time for us to leave? Tianyin said as he calculated the time. Yes, Master told me to find you. It's time to leave. Heavenly Venerable Li smiled. All right, let's leave now. Tianyin nodded to Heavenly Venerable Li. Just as he was about to leave, Heavenly Venerable Li saw Feng Qiuzun in the room. So it's Feng Qiuzun. I didn't expect to see you here. The outside world says you went to another divine domain. I didn't expect you to stay here. Heavenly Venerable Li cupped his hands respectfully. Greetings, Heavenly Venerable Li. Feng Qiuzun smiled faintly. I am just resting here for a while. I do not intend to stay here permanently. So that's how it is. Then we'll take our leave. We still have important matters to attend to. After exchanging greetings, Heavenly Lord Li Tian did not say much to Feng Qiuzun and quickly left the area with Tianyin. He was not very familiar with Feng Qiuzun. They had only met a few times and naturally did not talk much. Feng Qiuzun looked at the backs of Tianyin and the rest as they left and shook his head. He turned and said to Xiao Yuan, It's about time to leave. This method won't work. We have to find another way. Naturally, she would not change her mind just because Tianyin was a disciple of the Vastness God sect. She still had no intention of joining any force. She wanted more in other ways. Yes, Master. Little Yuan quickly helped to pack up and prepared to leave this area. They treated Tianyin's words as a joke. What God Emperor? What ruling this God domain? It was all a bunch of bullshit. When Heavenly Venerable Li brought Tianyin back, he asked curiously, Why are you with Feng Qiuzun? Feng Qiuzun often disappears. I was just lucky. I just happened to help her. Tianyin smiled. That's a good thing. You helped her. She will definitely repay you. Heavenly Venerable Li Tian smiled. Feng Qiuzun has a good reputation in this area. No one dares to do anything to her. It can be said that with one call, hundreds will respond. Many people joke that Feng Qiuzun is equivalent to a few God domain forces. As long as she is willing, she can easily start a God domain war. Her rallying power is really strong. Tianyin nodded. If she could often do good and help many people, she would indeed have this ability. Of course, speaking of which, what did you talk about with her inside? Heavenly Venerable Li gossiped. Nothing much. I just wanted her to join our God domain of the 3 realms. Tianyin shrugged. But she didn't want to join. She said she wanted to travel to various God domains. Very quickly they returned to the vast God sect. The moment they returned, the great Devis brought them directly to the Heaven Cultivation God domain. There was no delay at all. Along with them were all his disciples. All of them headed to the Heaven Cultivation God domain. When we reach the heaven cultivation God domain, listen to my instructions, don't be impulsive, and don't cause trouble. The great Devis said solemnly, "Yes." They all nodded. The great Devis had left the heaven cultivation God domain. Something would definitely happen when they returned, so they had to be prepared. Under the great Devis's lead, they passed through one God domain after another, and finally arrived at the edge of the heaven cultivation God domain. This place was no different from other God domains. It was surrounded by layers of barriers, and one could only enter through the passage. After the great Devis put away the spirit ship, they arrived in front of the passage, and immediately a guard intercepted them. Just as he was about to ask the other party's purpose, he saw that the person who came was the great Devis. He was startled at first, and then respectfully said, "Greetings, sir. May I know what brings you here, sir?" They had long since forgotten that Empyrean Vastness was the fourth elder of this place. How many years had passed, and it was unknown how many batches of guards had been replaced. Only those of the older generation would know who Empyrean Vastness was. "I want to see the heaven cultivation God domain lord." The great Devis said calmly, "Okay, please wait a moment. We will go and inform him now." They could sense that the great Devis's cultivation was very strong, so they would naturally be polite, otherwise they wouldn't pay any attention to him. Just as the guard was about to go and inform the heaven cultivation god, a familiar figure appeared at the side. After the guard saw the figure, he respectfully said, "Greetings, third elder." "There's no need to inform. I will bring these people in." Heavenly God, Cold Flame said. "Yes, third elder." The guards naturally didn't say anything. Originally, they only needed to consult the elders. There was no need to go to the domain lord. Looking at the people brought by the great Devis, Heavenly God, Cold Flame, turned and walked inside, not saying anything. The great Devis followed him in, and Tianyin and the others nodded at each other, then followed in. After entering, the layout inside was very good. For example, there were many large arrays set up, basically sealing off all areas. If there were intruders, they could immediately be activated to suppress the intruders. Overall, this place was much stronger than the Three Realms God domain. Tianyin didn't feel depressed because of this. After all, he had just ascended. Jumping from grade 1 to grade 4 God domain was already very amazing. It was impossible to catch up to these forces that had existed for tens of thousands of years in a short time. I wonder what the situation will be. Chapter 1441. Lang Yen led the way, and the great Devis followed behind with Tianyin and the others. At the same time, he observed the surroundings and sighed. "You haven't been back for a long time," Lang Yen said in a deep voice. "Yes, it's really been a long time. This is the first time I've come back." The great Devis sighed deeply. How could he not miss this place where he was born? "Well, this time, either you prove it to everyone, or you come back obediently. I hope you can fulfill your promise all these years." Lang Yan's tone was still cold and emotionless. "Yes, third brother." The great Devis suddenly changed the way he addressed Lang Yan and called him third brother. Lang Yan nodded and didn't say anything. His expression was still cold, but his eyes were full of worry. How could he not worry about his younger brother when he was addressed as third brother? He seemed cold and detached, but that was just how his personality was. It wouldn't change. It was just that his words revealed his concern for her. When they first met, he didn't attack. He just came to persuade them as usual. Now, he didn't say anything sarcastic. Instead, he was full of concern. Tianyin and the others looked at each other in the back. It seems that the vast heavenly deity here still has support for Tianyin. Under the guidance of Lang Yan, they soon arrived at one of the planets. There was a luxurious hall inside. It was so large that it covered the entire planet. It seemed to be quite extravagant. After they flew down, Tianyin saw a few big words engraved on the side of the towering boulder, "Cultivation Temple." These words were majestic, and the pressure of a heavenly god was released from the words. It pressed down on them, making them feel a sense of oppression. These words were written with the power of a heavenly God. Just looking at them made them feel a little pressure, as if a heavenly God was standing in front of them. After they entered, there were many disciples inside. Each of them was at least at the level of the Lord of Heaven, and they looked very young. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, mainly because their faces were too unfamiliar. Not everyone can enter the cultivation temple. Only super geniuses whose cultivation has reached the level of the Lord of Heaven can enter here to cultivate. The cultivation shrine was divided into many areas. Even heavenly venerates could cultivate here. This was enough to show how shocking the resources of the cultivation shrine were. This point could actually be felt from the underground cores. The cultivation temple was embedded with several fifth-grade cores, arranged in different areas. In fact, it was nothing new for a planet to have several cores. As long as he forcefully stuffed it in, he would be able to fit it in. The problem was that the energies could not clash. If they did, it would cause the planet to explode. The distribution of the planets here was very reasonable. At the same time, they were isolated, so naturally, there would not be any problems. However, as far as Eteonian was concerned, this place was still a far cry from the core layout of the three realms. Hey, who are they? Have they just been recruited? There are quite a number of heavenly venerables and godlords. What are they doing here? I'm not sure. The third elder is personally leading the way. They must have some status. These disciples whispered to each other. None of them knew the great Devis. They had never seen them before. After passing through this temple, they arrived at the next temple. There were God, Lord disciples walking around. They were obviously God, Lord disciples who were allocated to cultivate in this area. This meant that the next area was where the heavenly venerables stayed. They belonged to the elite disciples of the heaven cultivation god realm. They were also the pillars of the heaven cultivation god realm. When they arrived at the heavenly venerables area, someone immediately recognized the great Devis. It's the fourth elder. He's finally back. The fourth elder? We have the fourth elder here? Of course, there's the fourth elder. That vast god is our fourth elder. Back then, he chose to leave the heavenly cultivation divine realm in order to prove that ordinary talent can still crush geniuses. What a joke. Are you talking about those disciples who have been working hard but have no achievements? Those are simply a waste of resources. There's no point in nurturing them. That's right. Those guys have worked so hard for so long only to increase their cultivation by so little. What's the point? Why bother allocating resources to them? Just let them be eliminated. When they heard the great Devis's idea, they found it very funny. Most of them were disdainful. They felt that it was a joke. An ordinary person could surpass geniuses? If that was the case, what was the point of nurturing geniuses? These guys, Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry, was furious. When he wanted to fight with them, he was immediately held back by Heavenly Venerate Force. He turned his head and saw Heavenly Venerate Force shaking his head at him, indicating that he shouldn't be impulsive. I can't stand it. Master doesn't have such an idea. It's not that we don't nurture geniuses. It's just that ordinary people can't be abandoned. Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry had a deep understanding. He had ordinary talent and had spent a lot of time to reach his current level. Although he was a little slow, he believed that his current strength wouldn't lose to any genius middle-level Heavenly Venerate. Aren't we here to prove it now? If they don't understand, that's their problem. Master already said not to get too excited. As the eldest senior brother, Heavenly Venerate Force was still very steady. In fact, he was also very angry. However, once he exploded, he would only implicate his master. He would fight fair and square to prove that his strength wouldn't lose to anyone. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian clenched her fists, her eyes red. She knew how difficult it had been for her to reach this point. Geniuses might be able to get more resources, but could it be that ordinary people couldn't get any? Her talent was ordinary, and she didn't know how long she had worked to reach this level. She was grateful to the great Devis. If not for the great Devis, she wouldn't even know which family she would be a slave to. Everything was because the great Devis had chosen them to stand out. Having ordinary talent wasn't scary. What was scary was not working hard. What the great Devis saw in them was their unwillingness to accept their fate and their determination to work hard. He would increase their efforts in nurturing them. The others were the same. Perhaps they couldn't become his disciples, but he would at least give them a chance. However, after some achievements, they would run to those big factions and abandon him. Many situations were cruel, but the great Devis was still so persistent. His back was so lonely. Chapter 1442. Those at the Empyrean level had an impression of the great Devis. After all, these were the older generation disciples who had now broken through to the Empyrean level. Actually, at the Divine Lord level, some people had already seen through the great Devis. Back then, the great Devis's reputation was quite resounding here. There were still many who remembered him. It was just that talented people emerged in every generation. Many new disciples emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. Naturally, they would not recognize the great Devis. It was just that those who knew the great Devis were extremely disdainful of the great Devis's theory, wondering why resources should be allocated to those with average talent. Even if they had to be allocated, it was only a portion. As for other special treatment, don't even think about it. The heaven cultivating divine realm was like this. Those with average talent were destined to only stay in one area to cultivate. No matter how hard they worked, no matter how good the level they displayed, they would not be given an excellent cultivation environment. For example, those with good talent could stay in the 5th grade corps to cultivate. Those with average talent could only stay in the 3rd grade and below corps to cultivate. This was the difference. No matter how hard they worked, being able to defeat a portion of geniuses, there was still no chance to turn things around. In the end, the moment their talent was confirmed, there was already no chance to turn things around. They were destined to be like this. Under the circumstances of average talent, they would not be given better resources, let alone soaring and turning things around. It was already pretty good to be able to break through. Forget about those with average talent. Even those with amazing talent, if there were no resources, they would still have to kneel. This was like eating. If they could not even eat their fill, how could they still hope to have strength? The people here spoke as harshly as they could. They might not have scolded the great Devis, but they also did not have the qualifications to scold the great Devis. No matter what, the great Devis was a celestial deity. Who dared to scold him? However, they were dismissive of the great Devis's theory, feeling that it was simply an idiotic idea. If not for the great Devis successfully breaking through to celestial deity, he would definitely be scolded like a dog. Such unpleasant voices. The great Devis's expression was indifferent, ignoring their discussion. These few years, he did not know how many similar words he had heard. We must change the atmosphere here. If this continues, there will definitely be a problem with the heavenly god realm. Etianyan furrowed his brows. Under this polarization, he had to be careful of the resistance from his innate talent. Once they were gathered, it would become a fuse. When it exploded, the heavenly cultivation god realm would probably fall into chaos. After all, if they didn't see eye to eye with each other, it would be nonsense to talk about unity. Perhaps it was for this reason that the great Devis chose to leave and look for a convincing way to improve the cultivation realm. The great Devis had left to cultivate the celestial realm. As the son of the domain lord, how could he not care? Amidst the sounds of discussion, they finally arrived at the main hall at the very front. There were not many people here. It was completely empty. They're already on their way. I hope your performance won't disappoint me. Empyrean god Cold Flame stepped to the side and motioned for the great Devis to wait for a while. Moments later, several figures walked in from the side. Their cultivations were all at the upper sky venerable level or above. Only those at the upper sky venerable level had a little right to speak in the heavenly cultivation god realm. Their basic status was similar to that of a deacon, and they could manage many areas. To become an elder, one needed to be at the late-stage upper sky venerable level or at the celestial god level. At the same time, there were additional promotions. For example, those with outstanding characteristics would be promoted. After they came in, their gazes were focused on the great Devis. Some had complicated gazes, some are full of disdain, and some are gloating. It was undeniable that the great Devis becoming a celestial god had put a lot of pressure on them. But that was a different matter. Didn't they still have to come back in the end? No matter how strong they were, they could only be considered one. In particular, they liked to see the original high-spirited, the great Devis, being ruthlessly suppressed and unable to make a comeback. After all, no one was optimistic about the great Devis. They all felt that his theory was stupid. Increasing strength to nurture those with average talent was simply a waste of resources. They all wanted resources, so why should they share more? Fourth Elder, long time no see. These 5 people are the certified disciples you brought with you? A celestial god leisurely walked over from the side, looking at Yi Tianyin with disdain. Obviously, he looked down on the disciples brought by the great Devis. Second Elder, long time no see indeed. They are indeed my disciples. They are enough to prove themselves. The great Devis's tone was sonorous and powerful. He did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. He would not weaken his prestige. Oh, they do look good. For heavenly venerables and 1 divine lord. Only 2 are decent. As for the rest, the second elder sneered and slowly added, not too good. To them, those who were not at the upper sky venerable level could not be considered trash. But when they thought of the words of the great Devis, they felt that they were very weak. Before the great Devis left, he left behind a sentence. That was after 10,000 years, the disciples he brought back would crush all of your geniuses. No matter what level they were, they would crush them all. If not for these words, it was enough to prove that the great Devis was very strong to be able to bring out so many heavenly venerables. Some even felt that it was not worth it for the great Devis. If these people's talents were ordinary, they could bring out such cultivation. What if they were talented? They might even be at the late sky venerable level, or even about to break through to the heavenly god level. That being said, the great Devis was not a fool. He had seen too many geniuses fall. They could not even break through to the heavenly venerable level. Did they really think that heavenly venerables and heavenly gods were cabbages that could be casually broken through? Is that so? We will know when the time comes. The great Devis did not care about the second elder's sarcasm. He was already prepared for this. I also feel that it's not too good. Another heavenly god walked over from the side and looked at them coldly. He said in a deep voice, I am not too optimistic about this, answer scroll. Their cultivation is too weak. I don't know how their real talents are. Moreover, there is one thing that makes us very dissatisfied. We want to accept a new god territory. Why did you refuse? This was a very serious topic. In the end, the great Devis were all people of the heaven cultivating god territory. Whether they were alive or dead, they were people of the heaven cultivating god territory. Although some people said that they were removed from the list, in fact, they were never famous. The great Devis only went to fulfill their own ideas. They were stubborn for a while. They did not really break away from the heaven cultivating god territory. The heaven cultivating god territory was so overbearing. If anyone wanted to break away, it was very simple. First, they had to abolish all of their cultivation. Then they could get out. Chapter 1443. The great Devis fiercely retorted. The divine realm of the 3 realms was originally managed by Yi Tianyin. Naturally, it could not be said to be his faction. What a joke! Isn't your own disciples' faction your own? The one who walked out to speak was none other than the great elder. That's your standard, not mine. I've never cared about my disciples' faction. That was built by him personally. If I casually interfere in management, it might break the original rules. The great Devis explained with an indifferent expression. Also, I feel that I still need some face to casually take things from my own disciple. The great elder and the others all had sharp gazes. Such a big fat piece of meat, they really did not want to give up. But they had to admit that the words of the great Devis were really slapping their faces. They had the nerve to take things from their own disciple? Did they still want their old face? Fourth elder, you're actually cursing people. The great elder said angrily, I curse people? Who did I curse? I'm just saying what I think. Don't tell me that you all casually take things from your own disciples. In my opinion, unless it's a tribute from the disciple, you absolutely will not take anything from your own disciple. The great Devis's words had a hidden meaning. Not only did he want to protect the divine realm of the three realms, but he also stated his own code of conduct. He didn't say that just to piss them off. When he first came to the divine realm of the three realms, he said that he would not interfere in any matters of the divine realm of the three realms, unless Tianyin said to hand over the faction to him to manage. Then that was another matter. These words immediately shut their mouths. They did not know what to say. There were many of their own disciples here. When they came in, the rest of the genius disciples also came in from the other temples, one after another. It could be said that this hall was filled with people. If they said that their disciples casually took things from them, it would really be a loss of face. In the divine realm, they were very supportive of their disciples going out to establish their own factions. If there was any improvement, wouldn't it be taken over and managed by others at will? How could they casually hand over what they had worked so hard to get? Even their own masters could not force it, right? Because of this, the first elder and the others didn't know what to say. However, they also didn't want to give up on this piece of fat meat. Tianyin smiled faintly at the side. The great Devis was indeed strong. With just one sentence, he had blocked all the words that Tianyin wanted to say. When they were about to say something, the guards at the side hurriedly shouted, Welcome, Regent Lord and Regent Empress Xiutian. At this moment, everyone's gazes shifted over. Following closely behind, the Regent Lord and Regent Empress Xiutian slowly walked out from the side of the passageway. Every step they took seemed to merge with the world, and they were filled with the pressure of a superior being. The great Devis and the Xiutian domain lord were indeed somewhat similar. His cultivation base had even reached the level of a mid-level heavenly god. At this level, it was very difficult for him to continue improving. It was indeed shocking that he could still reach the level of a mid-level heavenly god. After becoming a domain, his cultivation was slightly lower, reaching the level of an early-stage lesser celestial god. However, he was still a celestial god. How could the children of two heavenly gods be weak? After they appeared, many disciples immediately knelt on the ground. Welcome, Regent Lord and Regent Empress Xiutian. A large number of people knelt on one knee. Apart from those with cultivation bases of heavenly venerables and above, everyone else had to kneel. Even those with cultivation bases of heavenly venerables and above had to bow to express their respect. Just when everything was going so smoothly, a sudden shout came from the side. How dare you? How dare you not kneel in front of the Regent Lord? The person who roared was none other than the second elder. The second elder shouted at Tianyin. Those with cultivation bases of heavenly venerables and below had to kneel. Tianyin's cultivation base was only at the divine lord level. Naturally, he had to kneel. Kneel. Tianyin smiled faintly. I only kneel in front of my parents and master. Also, I am not a disciple of the heaven god domain. Why should I kneel? It was not that he was arrogant and conceited, but this was the norm. If he went out and knelt in front of a heavenly god, would he still have any face left? Others might be afraid, but he was not. Kneel! The second elder roared angrily. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on Tianyin, wanting to force Tianyin to kneel. When this force was about to press down, the great Devis stood in front of Yi Tianyan and waved his hand, sending this force flying. My disciple is right. He is not a disciple of the heaven god domain. There is no need to do this. Besides, I think he has the right to stand. The great Devis knew Yi Tianyan's ability. If he could not stand with this ability, then all the heavenly venerables would have to kneel. Oh, he has the right to stand. That's really arrogant. How can a divine lord have the right to stand? The second elder's face was gloomy. He was definitely not doing things according to the rules. He just did not like the great Devis, so he used this as a pretext to make a fuss. Because he is the new domain master of the god domain, he was able to win the god domain battle. In terms of grade, he is the same as the heaven god domain, a grade 4 god domain. Logically speaking, let alone kneeling, our statuses are equal. The boundless heavenly deity was truly audacious. He even dared to say such words. However, he was right. A grade 4 god realms domain master was basically on the same level as the Xiuqian domain master. The only difference was in cultivation. That was like heaven and earth. A divine lord is the new domain master? What a joke. Looks like the god domain battle in the other god domains has become so unbearable. The second elder laughed loudly, his tone full of disdain. It is quite unbearable. Dozens of heavenly venerables died in the god domain battle. Many of them died at his hands. Many of them came from the inner god domain. In other words, the heavenly venerables in the inner god domain are also unbearable, the great Devis said lightly. Fourth elder, even if you want to prove yourself, you can't boast like this, right? A divine lord can jump levels and kill heavenly venerables? Even the most monstrous genius on our side can jump levels and kill heavenly venerables without a problem. But it is not that easy. The second elder and the others did not believe it. They felt that the great Devis was boasting. Enough! The heaven cultivation domain master finally spoke up. He said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to argue. If you want to deny it, wait until the results are out." The heaven cultivation domain master and the domain empress looked at their son. They did not say anything on the surface, but they were still a little concerned. However, the heaven cultivation domain master's expression was a little colder. The domain empress' eyes were full of love. She was more worried about her son. Chapter 1444. Since the cultivation sky domain lord had spoken, who had dared to say anything else? The great Devis's words were true, but no matter what, they still had to go through the procedure. They had to take out the oath that they had previously agreed to and let everyone see if it could achieve the effect that the great Devis had mentioned. Good. Now that everyone is here, the fourth elder promised that he would nurture someone who isn't very talented, but can defeat all the geniuses of the heavenly cultivation god realm. We all remember this very clearly. It's not long before the time for the oath is up. Your return means that you have come to a conclusion. You can show it to us now. The great elder stood up. He had the strongest opinion of the great Devis, so he would personally preside over the test. Then the great elder said in a deep voice, "Now, let's start the talent test. Every disciple has to pass the talent stone stele here to determine their talent. Let us see the talent of all your disciples first." There was a huge stone stele at the side. It was blank and had nothing on it. This was the talent stone stele. It was Yi Tianyan's first time seeing it. He had seen similar steles in the past that could test one's strength. However, it could not completely determine a person's talent. In his opinion, this kind of stele was the most useless and unfair. He would never set up such a stele in the sacred realm of the three realms. If he were to test it, he would basically be dead. He would not care about his potential in the future. It was like being sentenced to death. Nothing would ever change. This kind of thing was really a little scary. He really did not want to try it once he had determined his future. Who's first? The great elder looked over with a burning gaze. I'll go first. Heavenly Venerately stepped forward first. As the great senior brother, he naturally had to go first. The great Devis nodded and did not say much. There was no problem with him starting first. Then he arrived in front of the talent stone stele in 2 or 3 steps. He reached out and covered it with his hand. Then he poured his strongest power into it. Then circles of energy continuously flowed into the stone stele. Soon, the stone stele emitted a faint light and began to show the talent levels. First stage, second stage, third stage. It was a rather straightforward data to see. Master, how did you identify it? Tianyin frowned. How could he determine what grade of talent it was? These are all useless things. There is no basis at all. Many things can't be tested at all. It can only detect a person's spiritual root talent. But this thing is a little vague. The definition is too narrow. It's all empty. The great Devis scoffed at this. Fourth Elder, what you said is tantamount to denying that the testing method of our cultivation god realm has always been wrong. The great Elder snorted, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the great Devis's words. That's right. Just relying on this to define it is too vague. There are many things that could not be determined, such as luck, willpower, and various other abilities. It's really meaningless to directly judge a person's future based on this. The great Devis was still denying their methods in front of everyone. What a joke! But it has been proven that we can find countless geniuses with this method. After training, it proves that their abilities are not bad, and most of them can reach the level we want. The great Elder immediately retorted, That's right, but you also rejected many possibilities. The great Devis waved his hand, too lazy to say anything more. Possibility? Then let us see how high the possibility is. You said this a long time ago. I didn't expect that after so many years. You're still so stubborn. Then let's see how strong the disciple you chose is. The great Elder was extremely disdainful. Soon, the talent of Heavenly Venerate Li was determined to be a 6th grade talent. The highest talent was a 10th grade talent, while he was a 6th grade talent, which was in the middle level. 6th grade talent? The great Elder laughed when he saw this. His talent is really ordinary. He is only a 6th grade talent, and he can't even enter the Cultivation God Palace. To be qualified to enter the Cultivation God Palace, one must have at least a 7th grade talent. There is no doubt that Heavenly Venerate Li could not enter. Is that so? Then, how do you explain the cultivation of an upper Heavenly Venerate? The great Devis said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, their laughter stopped abruptly, as if they had been slapped in the face. The upper Heavenly Venerate level was considered a very high level in the Heaven Cultivation God realm. An existence with a 6th grade talent could surpass most so-called 7th grade talent geniuses. It was really a bit ironic. You must have spent a lot of resources to help him break through to the upper Heavenly Venerate. Oh, as if I alone can compare to the resources of the entire Heaven Cultivation God realm. Since you said that you can spend resources, why don't you spend more? The great Devis sneered and fiercely retorted. The faces of the great Elder and the others alternated between green and white. This was really true. It could be described as melodramatic. For some late-stage middle Heavenly Venerates, resources were spent without any leeway to let them break through to the upper Heavenly Venerate level. However, no matter how they spent resources, they still could not break through. Some things really could not be achieved by spending resources. What was needed was perception. Perception was not completely determined by talent. It was affected by various aspects. This is an exception. The great Elder waved his hand and said coldly, Continue to test the next one. All right, continue to test the next one. The great Devis motioned for Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian to walk forward. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian came in front of the testing stone tablet and placed her hand on it. Following that, the stone tablet immediately showed the talent grade, 5th grade talent. 5th grade talent, mid-stage upper heavenly venerate. I wonder how it feels. The great Devis smiled slightly. All of them were dumbfounded. They thought that the talent was at least at the 7th grade or 8th grade. Who knew that each talent was lower than the other? Was this really not a problem with the stone tablet? Etianyan laughed at the side. It seemed like the great Devis came to slap their faces this time, and it was a heavy slap. What did it mean that one's cultivation could not rise if one's talent was inferior? Wasn't this proof now? All the elders' faces were ugly. The other geniuses' faces were even uglier. Their talent was so strong, yet they could not beat an existence that was 2 levels weaker than them. Chapter 1445. Celestial Venerable Yu Qian's performance greatly astonished them. They were all deeply shaken, once again subverting their understanding. However, they quickly calmed down. Even so, it didn't prove anything. There were only 2 of them. The examples were truly too few and insignificant. Occasionally, there would be 2 such exceptions, which was not surprising at all. The great Devis knew that they wouldn't admit defeat easily, so he gestured for Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry to take the test. Very quickly, Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry's results were out. 5th grade talent. Although Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry had absorbed things like dragon blood, it didn't mean that his talents would change. Hence, the effects of his talents wouldn't change. Another 5th grade, mid-level Heavenly Venerable. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect it to be such a weirdo. For them, a 5th grade talent was already considered pretty good if they could cultivate to the Divine Lord level, much less the Heavenly Venerable level. However, Celestial Venerable Dragon Cry once again proved to them that even a 5th grade talent could cultivate to the level of a Celestial Venerable. However, compared to Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian, it was indeed less shocking. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's talent was also at the 5th grade level. With this kind of performance, the following performances naturally wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Unless a grade 4 talent appeared and was at the level of an upper Empyrean or middle Empyrean, then it would be even more shocking. He was sent out with Heavenly Venerable Sword C, and his talent was tested to be slightly higher. He reached the 6th grade, which was not high at all. However, he still reached the middle-level Empyrean level. This shocked them once again, for consecutive Empyreans had ordinary talent. The great Devis did not have amazing resources. The power of one person could not compare to the entire God territory. After all, these geniuses were the product of countless ordinary disciples. If it wasn't for those people collecting resources, these geniuses would definitely be useless. Geniuses didn't even need to do missions to earn countless resources. As for those with average talent, they had to painstakingly complete countless missions in order to obtain some resources. He had to admit that this was the cruel reality. It was just that the heavenly cultivation god realm was a bit more extreme. It basically fixed this kind of camp, and it was very easy for the relationship to deteriorate. It should be said that their relationship had deteriorated to the extreme. It was just that it hadn't turned into a conflict. Great Elder, what are the effects of this? The great Devis asked calmly. Great Elder's expression was unsightly. He didn't think that he would be slapped in the face so quickly. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "The number is still too little. You spent 10,000 years to nurture such a small number of people, and you still have the nerve to say that? If it were a genius, who knows how many of them they could bring out? 10,000 years to be able to nurture 4 Empyreans. This number was a bit too little. Of course, in all fairness, it wasn't a small amount. However, the great Elder stubbornly refused to admit this fact no matter what. What a joke. I'm just one person. I don't have any resources. How am I supposed to train so many people? Of course, there will soon be more disciples breaking through to the Empyrean realm, and the number will slowly increase. The great Devis said in a deep voice, "Moreover, I have never denied that we should put more effort into nurturing geniuses. I just want to say that those with average talents cannot be abandoned. Don't distort the truth. You make it sound like I hate geniuses. Don't forget, my talent has reached level 9. Hating geniuses, isn't that hating myself?" The great Devis's eyes were filled with anger. These old fellows were all stubborn and thick-headed. Even if they died, they still wanted to hang on, unwilling to recognize the truth. Could it be that changing tactics was that difficult? Perhaps this was the arrogance of geniuses. No matter what, they did not want to be associated with those mediocre people. The great elder's eyes were still filled with disdain, and he retorted coldly, "That's what you say, but don't forget, if you want to prove yourself, it's not just a simple test of talent." "I know this." The great Devis's eyes darkened, and he motioned for Tianyin to go and take the test. It seemed like a heavy slap to the face, but if he wanted to prove that his theory was correct, everything depended on the fist. Comprehensive strength was the key. Only with a fight would he know who was right and who was wrong, and not by relying on a mouth. Immediately, Tianyin lifted his feet and came in front of the test stone tablet. He reached out and covered it. Before the test, he took a deep breath. All this while, he had never tested his talent accurately. However, he knew that talent was not the key. After so many life and death experiences, this was the most valuable experience. Open. Tianyin immediately injected energy into the test stone tablet. Very soon, the stone tablet lit up. After flashing a few times, the final answer appeared in front of him. 6th grade talent. His talent was not bad, not bad, not bad. His parents' talent in Fanyu was not bad, but that was only in Fanyu. If it was here, it was not worth mentioning. However, to be able to reach 6th grade talent was already considered not bad. 6th grade talent, Tianyin smiled. It seemed that his talent was not bad. It could only be considered average, and did not surpass those so-called monstrous geniuses. If he really did surpass them, it would be embarrassing. After all, what the great Devis wanted to try was to recruit ordinary talent, not heaven-defying talent. However, the great Devis still had his own way of saying that he was a monstrous genius. It was just that he did not need it for the time being. When he turned around and was about to come down, the appraisal eye showed him the detailed information. Talent testing stone steel, a very general testing method. It simply tests the accuracy of energy control. It doesn't have much reference value. Tianyin was stunned. This talent stone tablet was so rubbish. It was based on testing the degree of energy control to determine the so-called talent? To put it bluntly, as long as the energy control was accurate enough, then the talent level could be changed. According to this, wouldn't it be changed at will? He turned around again and stared at the talent stone tablet, revealing a smile. "What's going on? Isn't the test over?" The great elder and the rest frowned. The test had already been done. Why was there still another test? Could it be that he thinks that his talent is too low and not accurate, so he wants to continue testing? Fourth elder, it seems that your disciple is not willing to admit defeat. He wants to continue testing whether his talent can be higher. What a joke. How could this stone tablet be inaccurate? The great elder sneered. Sometimes you have to learn to accept your fate. Talent is already determined the moment you are born. The great Devis's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to say something, a dazzling light shot up from the stone tablet and enveloped the hull. 10th grade talent. Absolute 10th grade talent was equivalent to a godly talent. Among all the geniuses here, there was only one person who could reach 10th grade talent, and that was Xiuqian Domain Lord. Chapter 1446. 10th grade talent. How is this possible? The group of people was shocked. Even the Heaven Cultivation Domain Lord stood up in shock, 2 rays of light flashing in his eyes. A 10th grade talent meant that a heavenly god would be born in the future, and a heavenly god was the most valuable. Not to mention a 10th grade talent, even a 9th grade talent would be nurtured without any leeway. It could be said that they did their best to nurture them. The key was that Tianyin had previously only displayed a 6th grade talent. How did he suddenly become a 10th grade talent? Little junior brother is too amazing. He is actually a 10th grade talent. Sword Ruler and the others were stunned. They all had ordinary talent, but their little junior brother was so dazzling, reaching 10th grade talent. It seemed that their luck was too good this time. They actually recruited a monstrous genius. Tianyin let go of his hand and slowly came down from the stone tablet. At this time, the group of people looked at him differently. Some were jealous, some were envious, some were in disbelief, but most were gazes filled with jealousy. A 10th grade talent meant that if he joined the heaven cultivation domain, it would not be a problem to become an elder, and it was even possible to become a deputy domain lord, or even a domain lord. Of course, before this, the domain lord level might be taken by the great Devis, or it might be taken by others. After all, Tianyin's cultivation was still too low. Even if he was a 10th grade talent, it was unlikely that he would immediately become a domain lord or an elder. Little junior brother, you are really amazing, a 10th grade talent. Sword Ruler and the others greeted with smiles, happy for Tianyin's achievements. 10th grade talent, this is really something that Master did not expect. The great Devis also smiled happily. It was naturally a good thing that his disciple had a genius. He did not reject geniuses, he just disliked the way the heaven cultivation domain handled it. Wait a minute, actually you are all 10th grade geniuses. It should be said that all of you are 10th grade geniuses. Tianyin smiled. They were stunned, not understanding what Tianyin meant. What a joke! What do you mean by everyone is a 10th grade genius? Do you really think 10th grade geniuses are as common as cabbages? After the first elder came to his senses, his heart was filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. He did not expect a 10th grade genius to appear in the great Devis's camp. A 10th grade talent is as common as a cabbage here. Tianyin smiled. Bullshit. 4th elder, it seems like your teaching level is limited. You don't even discipline your own disciple, and instead like to spout nonsense. The great elder and the others were all furious. My disciple won't speak irresponsibly. He has his own reasons for saying that. That was what the great Devis said, but he was a little puzzled by Tianyin's actions. He didn't know why he would say that. I'm saying that there's something wrong with this testing stone steel. What you see as a 10th grade talent is actually fake. Tianyin said indifferently, I thought that it would be a very accurate testing stone steel. Who knew that it would be a lousy testing stone steel? You, what did you say? The great elder and the others were even more furious. He actually suspected that their testing stone steel was inaccurate. Didn't I say that this testing stone steel is not accurate at all? I was a 6th grade talent before, but after some testing, I directly rushed to 10th grade talent. This thing is really inaccurate. Tianyin shook his head. Tianyin's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Thinking about it carefully, it was really as he said. He was previously a 6th grade talent, but then he directly rushed to 10th grade talent. What was going on? Impossible. This testing stone steel has always been there, and it has never been inaccurate. We can accurately test our talents through the testing stone steel. After more training, we didn't see any mistakes. The great elder immediately denied. Of course, I can't say that it's detailed. If it's a simple test, it's still slightly more accurate. But if it's accurate, then it's against fairness, causing some really good talents to be buried. Tianyin said solemnly. Their pupils shrank. If it was really inaccurate, it would really have a huge impact. It could be said that the geniuses that were previously found would all be wasted. The great Devis was stunned, and then he revealed a smile. If that was really the case, then it would really be funny. This was a rule that had been maintained for many years. If it was suddenly inaccurate, then the sky would really explode. Then how do you think we should do it? The great elder stuttered a little, and his confidence was not as full as before. Thinking about the problem that E. Tianyin had previously, it was very likely that it was really inaccurate. This is simple, you will see in a while. I'll let a few senior brothers test it. They have all tested just now, and I believe you all know how high their talents are. E. Tianyin came to the side of Heavenly Sovereign Sword C, tilted his head, and quietly explained the general method. After Heavenly Sovereign Sword C heard it, his eyes widened, and he was shocked by this method. It can be done like this? Heavenly Sovereign Sword C was a little surprised, and then he immediately walked to the front of the testing stone tablet. He reached out and placed his hand on it, and then he poured energy into it. Soon, the entire stone tablet lit up, and it instantly rushed to the 10th grade talent level. It really works. Heavenly Sovereign Sword C laughed, turned his head to look at the group of dumbfounded disciples, and said, I'm also a 10th grade talent. Why aren't you quickly nurturing me? As he said that, he laughed and walked down. How could the word happy describe his heart? Little junior brother, you are really good at smacking faces. They will definitely be slapped swollen. Heavenly Sovereign Sword C laughed. E. Tianyin smiled, indicating for Heavenly Sovereign Dragon Cry to go up and try. Then Heavenly Sovereign Dragon Cry came to the front of the testing stone tablet and similarly placed his hand on it. Then it immediately emitted a dazzling light, 10th grade talent. Next, Heavenly Sovereign Li Tian and Heavenly Sovereign Yu Qian also tried, and they rushed to the 10th grade talent level. This kind of performance completely dumbfounded them. This meant that there was really a problem with the testing stone tablet, and it was a heaven-piercing problem. All the tests in the past were invalid, and they were all failed tests. E. Tianyin's performance this time was no longer as simple as smacking faces. He was digging up the foundation. The testing method that had always been used was disrupted, and it meant that these bunch of geniuses were going to be invalid. Whatever geniuses, they might all be fake. Instantly, the hearts of many geniuses sank to the bottom, and their hatred for E. Tianyin rushed to the peak. They only hoped that they wouldn't be eliminated, or they would really be finished. How is it? What's the result? E. Tianyin smiled faintly. The elders and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even the cultivation heaven region Lord was shocked, and they didn't know what to say for a long time. Then their faces turned gloomy and even a little scary. Chapter 1447. It took a while for the crowd to recover from the fact that the stone tablet was inaccurate. They couldn't quite accept this fact. It had been used for tens of thousands of years. How could it be accurate now? It was like thinking that one's biological parents were right next to them, but in reality they were adoptive parents and they were picked up from the streets. How? How can this be inaccurate? They couldn't believe the result. The truth is right in front of us. I can let more people try and ensure that everyone has a 10th grade talent. That way, everyone will have 10th grade talent. Everyone will be happy. E. Tianyin spread his hands. Grand Elder and the rest finally understood why E. Tianyin said that. It was really inaccurate, and everyone had 10th grade talent. Young friend, how did you do it? At this time, the cultivation heaven region Lord spoke and stared straight at him. His foundation was about to be overturned, so how could he not ask? E. Tianyin turned to look at the great Devis. He wouldn't listen to Xiuqian region Lord. He would only listen to the great Devis. Tianyin say it. The great Devis nodded at him. E. Tianyin nodded and said to Xiuqian region Lord, replying region Lord, it's actually very simple. This stone steel mainly tested one's control of energy. Usually, the cultivators who come up for the test release their greatest power. They don't control the power and precision. Therefore, the value of the test will change. Some attacks are careless, so the grade will naturally be lower. Some energy is more delicate, so the grade will naturally be higher. Because they don't deliberately control it, the value of the test is more realistic. Those who are born with more precise control of energy are indeed equal to the level of talent. However, the premise is that they don't know how to do it. If they do, they can adjust the precision of energy at will. Then, everyone will have 10th grade talent. Therefore, I say that this thing is inaccurate. It's simply trash. After a simple explanation, Tianyin retreated to the side and gestured for them to try. Grand Elder quickly arrived in front of the stone tablet. He reached out and slapped his palm on it. Energy continuously surged into it. Soon, 10th grade talent appeared in front of them. It looked beautiful, but it was a slap in the face. His talent was only at the 8th stage. Now that it had become the 10th stage, how could it not be considered a mockery? If he didn't know the truth, he could still smile and be happy. Now, there was only a cruel slap in the face. His face was about to be slapped swollen. After the great elder stepped down, the other elders went up to try, and all of them easily reached the 10th grade. In the face of such astonishing talent, they couldn't laugh. It was as if they had swallowed a fly, and they felt extremely disgusted. All of them are 10th grade talents. What the hell? This testing stone steel really isn't accurate. Don't tell me I have to go through a new test? Could it be that I've been unable to break through successfully and am stuck at the level of the Lord of Heaven because my talent is too poor? After they understood the principle, they knew that the problem was extremely serious. The testing stone steel could only detect a portion of one's abilities. In the end, it was still quite limited. But to make such a big mistake, it was really funny. However, no one could laugh out loud. All of them kept a straight face, and no one smiled at all, except for the great Devis and the others. When Heavenly Venerable Sword C saw their expressions, he really wanted to laugh, but he did not laugh out loud. In any case, this was their territory. They could not be too arrogant. Great Elder, looks like this plan of yours won't work. All along, the testing mechanism has been wrong. Why are you still choosing geniuses? The great Devis found it very funny. What was there to prove now? Making a big mistake on their side, any geniuses could be fake. Was there still a need to prove themselves? Not just the great elder. Even the cultivation heaven region, Lord's expression was very ugly. If this spread out, they would really have no face left. They had always used this as the standard. It meant that the standard for so many years was all fake. Even so, it still can't prove that your idea is correct. If you want to prove that your idea is correct, then do things according to the previous rules. The great elder said solemnly, "Old rules. Send someone up to defeat all of our geniuses, and it's considered your win. At that time, my position will be yours." Not just the great elder, the second elder, and the rest stood up one after another. Even when encountering this kind of thing, they still did not admit defeat. All along, they had seen these selected disciples in their sights. The talent and potential that erupted out were all very outstanding. It meant that the choice was not wrong. Originally, Tianyin said that there was a problem with this testing stone steel, but it did not mean that there was no effect at all. It was just that it was too general. Under the circumstances of each and every one of them being unaware, they could still filter out outstanding disciples. It was just that some innate power control was not too good. That was buried. In the end, it was still not perfect enough. It was equivalent to a trashy testing stone steel. The great Devis's eyes flickered repeatedly. Looks like this battle could not be avoided. Master, let us go up personally. We similarly want to see if we can surpass these geniuses, or if there's still a gap between us. But we believe that our hard work all along has been for the sake of proving that we absolutely won't lose to anyone. The great Devis looked at their resolute gazes and was somewhat touched in his heart. Yes, I have always believed that you won't lose to anyone. You have worked harder than anyone. Even if your true talent is weaker than those geniuses, if you work hard enough and use your heart to comprehend and comprehend, everything will be rewarded. The great Devis's momentum rose. He was full of confidence in them. Go and prove yourself. If they did not have confidence in their own disciples, then they really were not competent enough. Okay. The 5 of them all stood forward, their eyes full of raging, fighting spirit. They had long been ready to fight. They looked very imposing, but in the eyes of a group of geniuses, they still felt that it was very ridiculous. Their cultivation was not low, but some of them were really geniuses. They did not need the testing stone steel to know that they were super geniuses. Although the testing stone steel could determine a certain number, the elders of the heaven cultivation god realm were not fools. If they could not keep up in the later stages, then they would be eliminated and they would not be nurtured without any leeway. Therefore, this matter was very embarrassing, but it did not prevent them from screening out the true geniuses. All 5 of you are going to fight? Then let's go according to the previous method, a battle between people of the same realm. A battle between people of the same realm meant that an upper heavenly venerate was fighting against an upper heavenly venerate, regardless of whether it was early, mid, or late stage. It meant that a power heavenly venerate would not violate the rules, even if they faced a late stage upper heavenly venerate. In this way, it would really be a bitter battle. On the contrary, heavenly venerate Dragon Cry and the others, who were late stage middle heavenly venerates, would at least face people of the same realm. Chapter 1448. Fighting at the same cultivation level meant that Tianyin would be facing a peak god lord level opponent. His current cultivation level was rather pitiful, only at level 7 god lord level, which was not high. In their opinion, if they sent a peak god lord level opponent, Tianyin would lose without a doubt. Soon, they began to arrange opponents. Heavenly Venerate Li and the others were not immediately arranged for upper heavenly venerates, but for early lower heavenly venerates, be it the same cultivation level or even the same level. Although they looked down on those with poor talent, it did not mean they were despicable. Since the other party sent such a cultivation level, they would also send a corresponding cultivation level. This way, even if they won, the great Devis would be convinced. We will also send a corresponding cultivation level opponent to prevent people from saying that we are bullying the weak. You have no objections, right? First Elder stepped forward to preside over the competition. To them, this was the only way to show off their astonishing talent and give them a greater advantage. The same cultivation level, suppressing the opponent, the result would naturally be different. No objections. All of them answered like this. Tianyin also answered like this. His cultivation level was level 7 God Lord. They did not immediately send a peak God Lord level opponent, but a level 7 God Lord level opponent. This was no different from his level. I also have no objections. But even if you send a higher cultivation level opponent, I also have no objections. If I lose, I will also accept my fate. The great Devis said indifferently, because the previous agreement was to defeat all opponents regardless of cultivation level. This was indeed what the great Devis thought. He had been so stubborn in the past. Sometimes being too stubborn would bring about serious consequences. Previously, he had been high-spirited and felt that he could definitely nurture a super strong late-stage, upper heavenly venerate within 10,000 years. Who knew that he was still so lacking? Heavenly venerate Yu Qian's highest cultivation level was mid-stage, upper heavenly venerate. He was still one level away from reaching late-stage, upper heavenly venerate. However, just reaching late-stage, upper heavenly venerate would still make a huge difference. After all, that would depend on one's foundation and bloodline level. The overall power would be very different. Humph, let's win this round first. First Elder could not stand the great Devis being so arrogant. In his opinion, this was just a young man who did not know better and was too arrogant. The result might be a tragedy. Let's talk about the rules first. Don't overdo it. You can't kill anyone unless it's caused by some special and unavoidable attack. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished if you deliberately kill someone. The great elder was very unhappy with the decision of the great Debus, but it did not mean that a fight to the death was allowed. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to be so heartless. Immediately, the area was divided into 5 areas, each corresponding to a different opponent. The one who walked in front of Yi Tianyin was an extremely young disciple. His bloodline was relatively good, and there were thin dragon scales on his skin. When this disciple came up, he looked him up and down with disdain, as if he was looking at a defeated opponent. They had just come up, but they were already certain that Yi Tianyin would lose. Humans, you can only find some problems through unorthodox means. Sometimes, even if you see through the stone tablet's problems, it's meaningless. We didn't just rely on this stone tablet to reach this position. This God Lord level 7 disciple was full of disdain towards Yi Tianyin. In his opinion, these were all unorthodox means. There was no meaning in finding loopholes in these corners. They were able to climb to this position because of their strength. When did I not admit that you didn't rely on strength to climb to this position? But if you were only a grade 2 or 3 talent back then, I don't think you could have reached this position. No matter how hard you worked, it would be useless. Yi Tianyin sneered. What he said made sense. But what if he was planned to be a grade 2 or 3 talent? Then he would be completely crippled and would never be able to make a comeback. Sometimes this kind of talent testing stone tablet had a hint effect. Seeing that he was only a grade 2 or 3 talent, he would really think that he was trash. Thus, he would muddle along and live day by day. This was the reason why Yi Tianyin did not advocate it. A person's life should not be limited by such things. Some people could make a comeback after a fortuitous encounter, or they might encounter something that caused their cultivation realm and perception to increase greatly. Everything was full of variables, but there were strict restrictions here. Once a disciple was deemed to be worthless, then he might be depressed forever. Impossible. No matter what stone tablet my talent is, it can't be low. How can lowly people like you compare? This disciple snorted coldly. Then let me show you what is called a true gap. This disciple immediately erupted. His entire body was covered in dragon scales. Violent dragon blood flowed in his body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dragon with a human head. He was filled with astonishing, explosive power. Yi Tianyin couldn't help but feel a little surprised by the strong pressure, as expected of the elite of the elite. If he was in the outer divine regions, he could really beat opponents of the same level. He could even fight those of a higher level. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Tianyin. Boom! This disciple immediately attacked. He didn't use any fancy moves and simply used his fists to smash down on Yi Xuan. Yi Tianyin did not move. He waited for his opponent to attack. Then he swung his fist to meet it. Fist against fist. It was absolutely fair. This fool, he actually dared to exchange fists with senior brother Longhui. He's simply courting death. Haha, isn't this how humans think? They think too simply. They think they can do it, but who would have thought that they are worse than trash? They will know in a moment. Those with low talent will never be able to rise up, let alone snatch our resources. In the end, they did not want to be passive in their own interests. They had to protect their own interests. No one could touch their own resources. Just when everyone thought that Yi Tianyin would be sent flying by the fist, a kala sound was heard. This disciple was sent flying, directly smashing into a group of disciples. Next, Yi Tianyin took a step forward. He looked at them indifferently. Can't even warm me up. Can't you send a stronger one? Where's the so-called genius? Just like this, you still dare to call yourself a genius in front of me? Arrogant, he was just that arrogant. Since the other party was so arrogant and looked down on them, then Yi Tianyin did not need to be polite. If not for the rules, he would have definitely beaten them up. Chapter 1449. With one punch, the opponent was easily defeated. As for the other 4 senior brothers and sisters, the situation was the same. They used overwhelming strength to force their opponents back without any ability to retaliate. It could be said to be an all-round suppression, a complete one-sided suppression. It wasn't that these prodigies were suppressing them, but rather being ruthlessly suppressed by them with no way to resist. However, they weren't like Tianyin, who could kill them in one move. The fact that they were able to ruthlessly suppress these so-called geniuses in a crushing manner was already enough to shock everyone. This wasn't just shocking, it was also a slap in the face. What prodigies! They were so weak in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. Shocking explosions rang out as one opponent after another was sent flying out of the stage. The first batch of opponents were all defeated, none of them winning, especially when they won in a clean and efficient manner, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. They suppressed their opponents with every move and won the first round in a perfect and invincible manner. The first victory of the first round shocked everyone. It was an all-around crushing. How could they not be shocked? This was beyond their expectations. They thought they could suppress them and slap the face of the great Devis. Now it seemed like they were wrong, and it was a huge mistake. They couldn't win in one round, not even one set. All 5 of them successfully defeated their opponents. Grand Elder, the first batch is over. We can continue with the next batch. The great Devis indicated that they could continue. Grand Elder's face darkened. He didn't expect to lose so cleanly. It was simply the effect of being completely crushed. All right, then let's choose the second batch. Grand Elder continued to choose the second batch. As they thought they could win in one go, there was no second batch to choose from, and they could only choose again on the spot. They have some ability. We must defeat them this time. Grand Elder felt even more displeased and immediately arranged for the strongest elites of this level to come over. The one arranged for Tianyin was still at God Monarch level 7, but much stronger than before. Be it bloodline or other aspects of strength, they were all stronger. Initially, they didn't think they needed to arrange for the strongest. Just an upper level would be enough. Who knew they would be easily crushed? After the arrangements were made, they went up one after another. The arrogance on their faces could be seen. If arrogance could materialize, the surroundings would probably be filled with arrogance. To be able to defeat junior brother Long Hui, you do have some ability, but it ends here. Everything will end in my hands. I'll let you know what kind of position you're in. Before he could finish his sentence, an afterimage had already rushed in front of him. Before he could react, he only felt a wave of pain, and then he lost consciousness. His outcome was no different from Sir Godlong Huey's. He was sent flying by a punch, and he crashed into the group of disciples, causing a large number of them to collapse. There were quite a number of cultivators gathered around. Basically, if he were to smash down, he would hit at least a few of them. Moreover, they didn't know how to dodge. Instead, they wanted to catch him. Who knew that the impact would be so strong that they almost fainted? You talk a lot of nonsense. Where the hell did you put it? I'll tell you to scram right now. Tianyin looked at them coldly and said, Tianyin easily defeated these so-called geniuses and took the lead again, becoming the first to finish. As for the other 4, Celestial Venerable Sword Sea and Celestial Venerable Dragon Cry had fallen into bitter battles. The genius disciples that were sent out again were indeed somewhat capable. However, a bitter battle didn't mean that they couldn't win. As for Celestial Venerable Yu Qian and Celestial Venerable Power Sky, they similarly suppressed their opponents with relatively strong strength and finally won. Behind them, Celestial Venerable Sword Sea and Celestial Venerable Dragon Cry also won this round. With that, they immediately became the cream of the crop among their peers. Grand Elder had already sent out his strongest genius. If that didn't work, it meant that he had to send out geniuses of a higher level to suppress them. How can they still win like this? Grand Elder and the rest had ugly expressions. They had already sent out their most outstanding genius. How could they still lose? They won, they won. The Domain Empress was extremely excited. She was naturally very happy to see the person sent by her son win this round. Cultivation Sky Domain Lord turned to look at her, and she obediently shut her mouth. Cultivation Sky Domain Lord frowned and looked at Tianyin in disbelief. He didn't expect that the disciple taught by his son would be so valiant. Could it be that our decisions have been wrong all this while? Cultivation Sky Domain Lord began to doubt himself. Or rather, he began to doubt the rules of the Cultivation Sky Celestial Realm. If these rules couldn't bring about the best benefits, then they should be abolished. However, he had to wait and see what the outcome would be. There were many things that he couldn't decide on his own. After all, there were still so many elders and deacons. They all had some decision-making power. Good. The vast divine sex morale soared. He was very excited. These were the disciples he had nurtured. Apart from Tianyin, who didn't teach them much, the rest were taught by him personally. The strength they displayed now exceeded his expectations. Then he looked at Grand Elder with a burning gaze and said, "Now, you need to send out stronger opponents. In other words, we will have to fight someone of a higher level." Grand Elder and the rest's gazes darkened. In theory, they didn't want to reach this step. Even if they won, they wouldn't feel that it was very glorious. If they couldn't beat their opponents at the same level, it could only mean that their overall level was too low. However, they couldn't admit defeat now. They could only bite the bullet and send their people up. All right, as you wish. Grand Elder immediately sent out stronger geniuses. Tianyin's opponent was an 8th level divine monarch, slightly stronger. As for them, they also sent a stronger genius. This meant that Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the rest were in danger. They were facing an upper level Heavenly Venerable. When facing an opponent a level higher than them, all of them had grave expressions. This wasn't an easy thing. Fighting someone of a higher level was often the most dangerous. It was easier to lose. However, it depended on how much strength they had left. For example, Heavenly Venerable Sword C and Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry probably couldn't win this match. When fighting someone of the same level, it was already very difficult for them. Now that they were fighting someone of a higher level, the difficulty would be even higher. This time we won. Don't blame us. Back then, you swore to defeat all the geniuses of the Cultivation Sky Celestial Realm. Grand Elder said solemnly. Chapter 1450. The great Devis's words made them look up to him. They had thought that he would say a few more words of rebuttal, but it seemed that they had overthought things. The great Devis was a man of his word. No matter what he said before, it would not change now. Even if they lost, they had to carry out this belief. If they lost, they would have to bear all the consequences themselves. All right. Grand Elder's eyes were complicated, but he did not waver. He did not want the great Devis to break the rules. Even now, they showed no signs of wavering. They did not want to change the rules that had been in place for many years. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. The rules of the past could not be changed. With a command, the match began immediately. The battle had only just begun, but Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry and the others were already in an extremely bitter fight. If this continued, they would lose without a doubt. Their opponents were not only a level higher than them, but their talent was even more shocking. It was too difficult to win. Therefore, the outcome could only be defeat. But Heavenly Venerate Force Sky and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian were locked in battle with their opponents. For a moment, no one knew what the outcome would be. On the other hand, Tianyin still didn't have any explosive power. He just casually kicked the opponent in front of him, and the opponent was directly kicked away, easily killed. Too weak. This is the genius you speak of? He said indifferently. Send someone stronger. This is still too weak. Tianyin once again stole all the limelight. Although it was a divine lord level battle, it was still extremely difficult to skip levels. The difficulty was about the same as a Heavenly Venerate level battle, but Tianyin still defeated his opponent in an instant. There was no difference. A group of people stared at this side. They thought that Yi Tianyin would also fall into a hard fight, but who would have thought that it would be a one-shot like a gust of wind? He kicked his opponent like a ball, flying towards them. Grand Elder and the others' faces darkened. They suddenly thought of what the great Devis had said. That was, Yi Tianyin would be the new domain master. In this case, it was normal that they could not discuss it with common sense. However, they didn't say anything about it. Instead, they decided to watch the battle between Heavenly Celestial Force and the others. Once it was over, they would decide who to send. Roar! Heavenly Venerate Force roared as his mighty god bloodline burst forth. He violently thrashed his opponent and won this round. It was the same for Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian. She didn't have an astonishing bloodline, but she had a stubborn strength. She had forcefully defeated her opponent, barely. They had won by a narrow margin and had almost been defeated. 3 out of the 5 won. Among them, Empyrean Yu Qian won against a late-stage Upper Empyrean powerhouse. It was simply inconceivable. Didn't that mean that he had won? Of course not. The late Upper Empyrean powerhouse that the Great Elder sent out would not be the strongest one. Being able to send a late-stage Upper Heavenly Venerate opponent was already a little embarrassing. Sending their strongest opponent was simply too embarrassing. We won. Heavenly Sovereign Force and the others roared out. Their victory was the most difficult, so they felt even more deeply moved. Yi Tianyin wasn't as excited as them. He just smiled slightly. He had only displayed a portion of his strength. If he had displayed his entire strength, wouldn't they all be shocked? This round is your victory, but there's still the next round. The Great Elder poured a bucket of cold water on them and said in a deep voice, "If you still win this round, then it'll be considered your victory." Heavenly Venerate Force and the others were startled, but they didn't say anything. According to the promise that the Great Devis had previously made, they could indeed continue to make arrangements. Defeating all the geniuses meant that they could continue to send out people. Those who were originally sent out were not the most outstanding, so naturally they wouldn't win. As long as they defeated their most outstanding genius, they would officially acknowledge it. All right, then let's compete in the last round. Heavenly Venerate Force and the others nodded their heads, intending to accept this battle. Following this, they adjusted their breathing and consumed recovery pills. Only after they had fully recovered would they continue to the next round. This time, they had sent out their strongest genius. It could be said that they were the strongest geniuses at every stage. First, the genius that Heavenly Venerate Force faced was at the late-stage Upper Heavenly Venerate level. In fact, he was the opponent that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian had just defeated. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian had barely defeated him. Now that it was Heavenly Venerate Force's turn, it would be extremely difficult. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's opponent was a brand new super genius. His cultivation base was also at the late-stage Upper Heavenly Venerate level. However, the power that he displayed was completely different. A special energy was slowly released from his body, forming a special space within a specific range. Yi Tianyin looked up and immediately felt that this person was very powerful, and it was an extremely powerful level. 9-fold Heavenly Venerate possesses the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, can release the power of 9 dragons in a single breath to destroy heaven and earth. The power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Yi Tianyin was taken aback. Although this was also a dragon bloodline, it was definitely a top 5 bloodline in terms of quality. Just this bloodline power alone was far superior to Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's bloodline. The cultivation celestial realm naturally didn't judge a genius based on the testing stone steel. The stone steel was only one of the factors. The other factor was the bloodline. If the bloodline was ranked at the top, there was no need to talk about it at all. The testing stone steel wouldn't even be needed. The bloodline ranking was more reliable than the testing stone steel and had existed for a longer time. No one knew who ranked it, but judging from the past, it was indeed at a heaven-defying level. No one could resist it. Looks like senior sister Yu Qian is in danger. Yi Tianyin frowned. The cultivation celestial realm was indeed powerful. They even had geniuses with such a level of bloodline. It wouldn't be an injustice to lose if they met. You should be concerned about what kind of opponent you're facing. At that moment, a cold voice came from ahead, drawing Yi Tianyin's attention. He saw a handsome young man standing in front of him. An icy aura was released from his body. It was obvious that he cultivated ice attribute martial arts. Yi Tianyin sized him up and smiled. I don't need to know. I only need to know one thing. You can't defeat me. Arrogant. The young man sneered. Do you think you're invincible just because you defeated one or two opponents? It seems that you've really inherited the fourth elder's arrogance and pride. But I'll let you know soon. Bang! Chapter 1451. A super genius at the peak divine lord level was still sent flying by Yi Tianyin's kick. She didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. It looked like a sneak attack, but it was actually so fast that the opponent couldn't react and defeated her in one move. This situation caused an uproar once again. They were all thick-skinned enough to raise their opponent to the peak divine lord level. Not only was she at the peak divine lord level, but she was also the strongest genius at the peak level. In the end, she was still defeated without the slightest bit of resistance. This made them wonder if this senior brother of theirs was a fake senior brother. Yi Tianyin's side was shocking, but Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's side was basically suppressed. Her opponent was just too strong. The powerful 9 dragons' bloodline attacked in a variety of ways, and the power of dragons surrounded her from all sides. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian was pushed back again and again until she was completely blown away. The great Devis quickly flew over and reached out to grab Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian. The power of dragons wrapped around her quickly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Master, I'm sorry. 2 drops of tears rolled down Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's eyes. She didn't expect to fail in the end. She didn't win for her master. It's fine. You've done very well. It's just a burden Master has imposed on you. The great Devis waved his hand, and a light shrouded Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian as he started to heal her. His mentality had already changed. Or rather, it had changed before he came. He had been arrogant at the time, thinking that everything would succeed and that he could change the stubbornness of the heaven cultivation celestial domain. Now, it seemed that he was still too young. He had let his disciple fall into such humiliation. This wasn't the result he wanted. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian fainted. She had held on for a long time before she was defeated. Her body had suffered very serious injuries. If this had continued, she would have died. If her opponent hadn't sent her flying out of the arena, she would have died on the arena. She was unwilling to admit defeat. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian was that stubborn. She wouldn't give up until she died. However, she would lose here. In the final battle of 5, only Yi Tianyin could win. I won. Does this count as Master's side winning? Yi Tianyin interrupted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. First Elder and the others were startled. Only now did they remember that Yi Tianyin had won. First Elder had said that as long as they could win this round, it would be a victory for them. It didn't matter if Yu Qian lost, but if Yi Tianyin won, it would be the final victory. Heavenly Venerate, Heavenly Venerate, Heavenly Venerate you, to the Heavenly Vener Divine, Venerate Divine, Vener heaved. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him. If it was as he said, then it would truly be a victory for the boundless heavenly deities. Well, you could say that. It was a bit difficult for the Grand Elder to answer. However, what he had just said could only become reality. The strongest genius of a divine monarch was defeated, and they couldn't call out any stronger genius, unless they let a heavenly master deal with Yi Tianyin. However, this was not the same realm, but a major realm. Heavenly Venerate, Sword C, and the others were still heavenly venerates, so the meaning was different. However, it was different now. Divine Lord against heavenly venerate, that was a major realm. The difficulty was obvious. Me too. At this moment, one of the youths stood out and looked coldly at Yi Tianyin. I'm stronger. Come and have a match with me. This man was also at the peak divine monarch realm. At a glance, Yi Tianyin knew that this man's overall level was not as good as the previous one. However, they refused to admit defeat. They wanted to fight with Yi Tianyin again until everyone lost. All right, come on up. Yi Tianyin gestured for him to come up. Since that was the case, he wouldn't reject anyone. He would fight as many as they came. First Elder didn't have time to stop him. That youth charged up and poured out all the anger in his heart. He aimed his sword at Yi Tianyin. He poured all his strength into it. With one sword, it was like 10,000 swords attacking, locking down a large area. There was no way to escape. Yi Tianyin still didn't use any fancy moves. He just turned over and kicked the man, quickly found the flaw in the man's defense, and easily broke the man's defense and kicked him away. Next, Yi Tianyin's right hand was behind his back. He stretched out his left hand and gestured for them to continue attacking. He looked calm and relaxed. Against a god lord, a super god lord title could instantly kill any god lord. No matter how invincible a god lord genius was, they would have to kneel in front of this title. With this buff, not only would his damage increase, but he could also have an absolute suppression effect. This was equivalent to 100 times damage. How could he fight like that? Let me. Another genius roared and charged up. They were extremely unhappy with Yi Tianyin. How could they be happy about destroying the testing stone tablet? Especially when they thought that their talent might not be at this level, they felt very unhappy. But anger couldn't increase their strength. They could only become cannon fodder and were sent flying by Yi Tianyin's kick. This is the so-called genius you're talking about? I am only a 6th grade talent. You guys are at least 7th grade talents, right? You even told me to be in the right position. I think you are the ones who should be in the right position. Yi Tianyin snorted. Good talent can give you a higher starting point. But it doesn't mean that you are the kings of this era. Yi Tianyin's aura surged, pressuring them so much that they kept retreating. Their legs were trembling. Just this aura alone was enough to make them not dare to continue fighting. Let me. There were still people who bit the bullet and wanted to fight. They didn't want to be suppressed by a 6th grade talent opponent. All of them wanted to charge over and defeat Yi Tianyin in a continuous battle. But when they wanted to continue, First Elder snorted, "Enough!" At this time, the disciples stopped, their faces filled with indignation. Were they going to lose just like that? Your standard doesn't seem to be at the level of a god lord. It is very likely that you are hiding your strength. Your true standard might be at the level of a heavenly venerable, but now you are hiding your strength. I estimate that you are at the level of a god lord. First Elder didn't admit defeat, but turned to other aspects. He thought that Yi Tianyin's true cultivation was at the level of a heavenly venerable. He was deliberately hiding his cultivation to suppress them. Wouldn't a god lord win against a heavenly venerable? This way, they could complete their mission. Chapter 1452. Yi Tianyin thought that Great Elder would admit defeat, but it seemed that he was naive. This old fellow didn't want to admit defeat at all. Now that he saw a point, he immediately grabbed onto it tightly. Very good. Then you can test my cultivation to see if I'm a divine lord or a celestial venerable. Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand, his gaze very cold. He was naturally not afraid of being tested. His cultivation was divine lord. There was no change. At this time, the great Devis stood out, blocking in front of Yi Tianyin, and said solemnly, "Looks like you guys still think that I will use this method to muddle through?" This was no longer a problem of divine lord and celestial venerable cultivation, but a problem of personal principles. From the side, It was equivalent to saying that the great Devis was cheating. How could he tolerate it? That's hard to say. God knows if you will use this point. Knowing that you can't win the battle, you choose to cheat. Great Elder started to slander the great Devis, feeling that in order to win, he would do anything. I, Howhen, will never do such a thing in my life. Maybe I've done many wrong things, but I'm definitely not this kind of despicable person, especially towards cultivating the God realm. The great Devis's tone was cold to the extreme as he stared at Great Elder, wishing that he could slap him to death with one slap. Whether it is or not, we'll know after the test. If you don't let me check, then you have a guilty conscience. Great Elder still didn't give up, feeling that there was definitely a problem. Otherwise, how could he have such heaven-defying ability to beat them until they couldn't fight back? No matter what cultivation, they were all settled in one move, which made them feel that it was very inconceivable. Celestial Venerable Swordsea and the others at the side also felt very angry. Could it be that they were all blind? What weapon was so powerful that it could hide its cultivation so deeply? With so many celestial gods staring at it, it would definitely be seen through. On the other hand, their expressions were even more strange. So what if he defeated a divine lord? This little junior brother of theirs killed celestial venerables, like slaughtering dogs, easily beheading a large group. Not to mention jumping levels to kill a divine lord. Jumping levels to easily kill a celestial venerable was not a problem. Therefore, all of them had full confidence in Tianyan. They were just here to serve as a foil. Who knew that he would be suspected of Tianyan not being a god monarch? What if you're still a divine monarch after the inspection? The great Devis looked at him coldly. If he's a divine monarch, it proves that there's no problem. Even if Fourth Elder has always been upright and upright, many people still feel that this is inconceivable. If we don't inspect it, how can we quell their doubts? Great Elder looked around. Many people indeed had doubts about this. Their top divine Lord Geniuses could even withstand an early stage lower Empyrean, and they could even deal with them. But now he was defeated by a 7th level god monarch. How could they believe it? Perhaps he was a genius at the late stage lower heavenly venerable realm who had his aura suppressed by some treasure, causing others to mistake him for a divine monarch cultivation when he was actually at the heavenly venerable level. How could he fight like that? All right, I'll let you inspect it. If he's really a divine monarch, I hope you apologize for your actions just now. The great Devis said sternly, "That's an insult to me. If there's really no problem, then I'll apologize for my actions." Great Elder didn't waste time. He immediately went in front of Tianyan, grabbed his arm, and started inspecting his body. After a simple inspection, he was stunned. His cultivation was really at the 7th level god monarch, no more, no less. There was no change at all. No, that's impossible. If he's really a 7th level god monarch, how could he have such shocking power? All of us here are elite geniuses who went through many rounds of selection. It's impossible for him to be defeated so easily. Great Elder took a few steps back, feeling incredulous. Didn't this mean that the disciples nurtured by the great Devis were many levels stronger than their disciples? Seeing this, 2nd Elder quickly came over, grabbed Tianyan's arm, and started inspecting. After a simple round, they didn't see anything special. Forget about hidden treasures. They didn't even detect any treasures. He's really a 7th level god monarch. 2nd Elder was also shocked. Previously, he was the same as Great Elder, holding a skeptical attitude. Now that they really checked the truth, they were deeply shocked. Of course, they couldn't detect the planets in Tianyan's body. These weren't things that could be easily checked. If they wanted to check, it was basically no different from searching his soul. Moreover, they didn't need to go too deep to check his cultivation. They just needed to do a slight check. If there were any treasures that locked his aura, it would be very easy to find out. Now that they couldn't find anything, the result was naturally the same: 7th level god monarch. A cultivation that shocked them was placed in front of them, just like that. Is there anything else to check? Tianyin gestured for the other elders to come up and check, but no one came to check. 2 elders had checked, and both said he was a 7th-level god monarch, so the other elders didn't need to check anything. They all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this time, Great Elder stood up with difficulty and said with some difficulty, "Here I solemnly apologize to 4th Elder. I shouldn't have suspected you, but in order to be fair, we have to check." Great Elder finally apologized slowly, but his sincerity was a little fake. He didn't forget to give himself a set of excuses so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. But Great Elder's tone suddenly changed, and he said, "The competition still has to continue. According to this, we can't simply judge by Divine Lord level. We have to fight at least Heavenly Venerables. As long as you fight all Heavenly Venerables, which is lower-level Heavenly Venerables, we will officially recognize your proof." Once this was said, there was an immediate uproar. Divine Lord fighting Heavenly Venerables? Did they hear wrongly? Fighting Heavenly Venerables was fine, but all lower-level Heavenly Venerables, including late-stage lower-level Heavenly Venerables, had to be dealt with to be considered successful. This way, the difficulty was really high. How despicable! Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the others felt very annoyed, but they only felt very displeased. The corners of their mouths curled into a faint smile. If this was the standard, then they weren't afraid at all. Their junior brother could even fight middle-level Heavenly Venerables head-on. What was a mere lower-level Heavenly Venerables afraid of?